What happened? I wanted to sit here and listen to the rest of the movie. What time is it?
It's Podblast time.
That's right. It's Podblast time. This is your show, your informative and hopefully fun, census-shattering time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. I'm your host, Chance Bartels. We've got a good one for you today, as Steve Harvey would say. Wait, I got to do that as Steve Harvey actually would say that line. We got a good one for you today. And we do. Now, I played that music at the top of the show for a couple of reasons. For one, this past weekend was a big anniversary of the release of The Empire Strikes Back, which most Star Wars fans would say is the very best film in the entire 9 episodes, and including the others like Rogue One and the Solo story. It's just the best in terms of action, drama, suspense. It was just so well made and still holds up. And we're also going to cover the next couple of episodes of the brand new Paramount Plus series, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, that I watched. And there was so much good stuff in both of those episodes, and a couple of minor gripes that I think are noteworthy that we'll talk about later in the show. And there's a whole lot more than that. Going to show some collectibles on camera. If you're listening at fistfulofradio.com or on Apple or TuneIn or wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts, I would direct you to our YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, and this is episode 102. Going to cover at first the Star Wars special editions of 1997 and talk about some changes that George Lucas made with his new executive producer, Rick McCallum. In the original first couple of Star Wars movies, Gary Kurtz was the executive producer that worked with George Lucas. And there's, a lot of criticism about Rick McCallum's tenure with George Lucas when the prequels were made and the special editions were made. A lot of people claim that Rick McCallum was a yes man to George Lucas and wouldn't really have a backbone when it came to changes and things that he wanted to do to his original trilogy when he re-released them. I'm not going to comment on my opinion on that. I'm just going to present the facts and let you decide. Now, also, I've already said that May is Star Wars month in Podblast land. We're going beyond just May the 4th be with you. But this will probably be the last Podblast I do in May 2022 pertaining to Star Wars. So let's go ahead and celebrate this anniversary. And I've got to give props to someone. There's a really cool pop culture radio show. I'm in the Atlanta, Georgia area, and this is in Cartersville, Georgia. The station is WBHF, and there is a pop culture show, a weekly show, on Saturday mornings from 10 a.m. to noon, hosted by Barry King and Alan Sanders, and it's called, what's it called? I'm just kidding. It's a really, really good show called BK on the Air. And Barry was last Saturday. This past weekend was talking about the anniversary of the release of The Empire Strikes Back, and it slipped my mind. So I'm glad I happened to tune in because there's a lot I want to say about The Empire Strikes Back. So let's start here with the actual original release date, which was Wednesday, May 21st, 1980, and that's when the original movie, The Empire Strikes Back, was released in movie theaters. And that was the first Star Wars movie to have an Episode 5. It said Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. The first Star Wars didn't have Episode 4, A New Hope. That was added for the re-release, gearing up to the release of The Empire Strikes Back. So that Episode 4, 5, and 6 was an afterthought. And in my collection, not to make this about me, I do have some film prints of the original versions of the original trilogy, including Star Wars. It doesn't have that Episode 4, A New Hope, that was tacked on later. So, I'm going to start here with the original teaser trailer to The Empire Strikes Back, where you don't hear that music. Oh, shucks. Speaking of music, I do want to give props to that wonderful cover at the very beginning that I played. And let me see. I thought I had credits for that. Yeah, I want to give credit to these guys. Yes, here it is. That cover of the Imperial March by John Williams, otherwise known as the Darth Vader theme, that was an awesome rendition by Galactic Empire, Star Wars, the Imperial March on YouTube. And there's a lot of great video components to that piece. Some really fancy digital CGI effects, like where you see Boba Fett playing the drums. The Emperor is the one you heard at the end, of course, clapping and applauding and going, good, good. And then it showed, of course, Darth Vader, Stormtroopers. It's very well done. And I think it's from 2016. Let me just quickly tell you the exact, if I still have it here. I think I do. I may not. This just isn't my day. Yeah, hang on a second. I got to get that for you. Hang on, let me do something for you right now as I'm live. By the way, I went live earlier tonight, and here it is. Hang on a second. Let me just pull this up. And I had to stop. I stopped after about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours. I stopped. I just was not on my A game. And I was going to go to sleep. It's the middle of the night as I'm live here doing this for a second take. And I just was not feeling it. So I stopped and restarted. And I was going to do it in the morning. And I drank so much coffee I couldn't get to sleep. And so I watched this great show on MeTV called Collector's Call. And this gentleman has like a $4 million collection of original props. I'm getting off script here, including the I Dream of Jeannie costume, Ginger's dress. Oh my God, just incredible stuff. He had a Batmobile. He had the Jackie Gleason honeymooner's outfit, the bus driver uniform, that outfit, and so much more. The Genie bottle. I mean, I could go on and on. And I was just like so jazzed when I saw that. I'm like, darn it, I'm going to go ahead and do this now. So anyway, yeah, Galactic Empire, here it is. Star Wars, the Imperial March. This hit back on May the 4th, 2016, and it's got 13,560,847 views to date. And it's worth every view, and it's worth your time. I recommend you check that out. But now, getting to the trailer I'm going to play. This is the teaser trailer before that music was scored. And my gosh, that Darth Vader theme, it's now such a part of pop culture lore, is it not? I mean, high school bands play it. College football, the band plays it. And they have for some time, for decades now. And I remember when it first started being played, watching college football, it really brought a big smile to my face, just knowing, oh my gosh, they're playing Star Wars, they're playing the Darth Vader theme. It just made me really happy to hear that. And now it's a mainstay. It's kind of like in pro football, they have anthems, right? Like Queen's We Will Rock You / We Are the Champions, which of course is 2 songs. It was combined into one by radio stations, but it's 2 separate tracks on the News of the World album by Queen from 1977. But I love how the Darth Vader theme by John Williams is an anthem. And one song I wish had become more of an anthem for pro football is Joan Jett's Do You Wanna Touch, the Gary Glitter remake she did. That was a cool song, and I thought it would have made a great, if they altered the lyrics, for instance, do you want to touch down? Do you want to touch down? Do you want to touch down? Like the crowd could get into it. I can just see it, and that's got such a rousing beat. Anyway, in Chance land and in the Podblast land, that would be a thing. in pro football stadiums. But getting to the trailer, I've been talking about 3 times now. What's interesting about this trailer, you don't hear any of the familiar Vader theme. You hear the Star Wars theme because, of course, The Empire Strikes Back was a sequel, and John Williams had already scored some of the themes to Star Wars. But one interesting point of this trailer is there's some cut audio of Mark Hamill screaming, and it's the scene at the end of The Empire Strikes Back. No need for a spoiler alert. I mean, it's only been out for 42 years, but Luke Skywalker has had his hand cut off by whom he just learned is his father, Darth Vader. He's in shock. And Darth Vader makes an offer. We can rule the galaxy as father and son. And he reaches out to him. And in a moment of self-sacrifice and heroicism, Luke Skywalker takes a pratfall, takes the plunge, walks the plank, and falls down that chasm in Cloud City to his doom. And Darth Vader thinks he's dead. And as he falls, in the trailer, you don't hear him scream. In the special edition, they added, as he's falling, this lame scream, not by Mark Hamill, where he's going, Wah! And I hated that they added that scream, because in the original version, there is no scream. However, when he reaches the bottom, you remember he reaches the bottom and goes like into a tunnel and survives, obviously. But he's at the bottom of this tunnel, and he's reaching, and then it opens up, and he falls again. Well, at that moment, he does, Mark Hamill, enunciate a sound of panic, and it's in this trailer. And now, if you're listening in one of the audio places, this won't mean anything to you, but if you're watching on camera, I will point to the camera when Mark Hamill screams. Let's listen to that trailer to The Empire Strikes Back, otherwise known as a teaser trailer, because it's just that. And then I want to talk about something that they did in the original release that I wish they had fixed in the special edition, and they didn't. That's the thing about the special editions. They did a lot of good corrections, but they made, of course, a lot of unnecessary alterations. And they could have fixed things that they didn't. Same thing with Star Trek, the original series in 2006, when they re-released it with enhanced effects. There were several things they could have fixed, but I digress. Let's get to this trailer. Here it is. And I will point to the camera, and I'll stop the tape and for the audio listeners and say, there's the scream. You'll hear it, but listen to the trailer. Here it is. This is an awesome trailer. And here, it's from film. Hear it?
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, Luke, Han, and the Princess's story didn't end with the destruction of the Death Star. It continues in The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah!
The next chapter in the Star Wars saga.
Right there!
An epic of alien worlds. And the climactic clash between good and evil. Join the further adventures of Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, Han Solo, Lando Calrissian, C-3PO, R2-D2, and Chewbacca in a spectacular new episode of the continuing Star Wars saga, The Empire Strikes Back. Coming to your galaxy this summer.
It's just bad to the bone. Epic. As I was trying to say at the beginning, it's from film. You could hear the film sounds, and you could almost hear the grain of the film. But that was a pretty good transfer of a film trailer. And of course, that came out in 1980, the same year as Flash Gordon. The reason I bring that up is, remember the leader of the Hawkmen from Flash Gordon, the movie? Well, that actor's name is Brian Blessed, and he wound up joining the Star Wars universe of actors many years later, in episode 1, The Phantom Menace, in May of 1999, he voiced a CGI character. And remember, he was the guy that goes, "We do not care about the Naboo." Anyway, the Naboo, I think those were the creatures that Jar Jar Binks's species. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, you heard Mark Hamill scream there, and I guess it's a good thing they took it out, but that was definitely his voice, his little rebel yell there. Speaking of rebel yell, reminds me of the Billy Idol song. I think I'm going to pour some more coffee because it's so early in the morning as we listen to this 1983 live rendition of Billy Idol performing Rebel Yell when it was a brand new song on MTV. This is back in 1983, as I just said. I'm repeating myself, aren't I? A little punchy. Let's listen.
Last night a little dancer came dancing to my toe. Last night the little angel came pumping on my clothes. She said, "Come on, baby, you got a license for love." And if the next fires, pray help from above, because in the midnight hour we got more. With a rebel yell, more. In the midnight hour we got more. With a rebel yell, she cried more. She don't like sacred, she won't sit and beg. But when I'm tired and lonely, who gives me head? I said, what sets you free and brought to me? What sets you free? I need to hear about me. Because in the midnight hour, she cried more. Wow! With a rebel yell, more. In the midnight hour, she cried more. With a rebel yell, she want more. I live in my own heaven. You know it makes you to go from the 7-Eleven. Yeah, I'm out all night to collect tape fare. Just along to take me off my head. And you're messing with someone else. Yeah. I walk the walk for you, babe. For money's burn for you. I dried your tears of pain 1,000,000 times for you. Oh yeah, I sell my soul for you, babe. For money to burn. I give you all, I have nothing. Just how to hear about me. Because in the midnight hour, you talk more. Wow, with a rebel yell, more. She found more, with a rebel yell. I got more. Oh yeah, little time.
battle, 1983. Now, getting back to Star Wars, the special editions. Let's talk about why George Lucas put those out in 1997, starting on January 31st, 1997. It's because obviously the prequels were going to hit the scene, and he wanted the next generation and the older folks that were kids when they were originally released, that are in their early 20s now at that time, to experience Star Wars on the big screen again. They wanted to basically prime the pump for the new movies. And so they made, obviously, a lot of changes. I won't go into all of them. Of course, the most controversial change with the fans, young and old, was when he changed the scene in the cantina where Han Solo shot the bounty hunter, the green alien with the snout-nosed bounty hunter, Greedo. Where Greedo shot Han first, and then he fired back, blowing his head off in the cantina scene. Now, did Lucas think the original version of Han blowing that alien bounty hunter's head off make Solo seem cold-blooded? Clearly, he must have felt so. I think he was concerned about the children. And that revision has been lampooned and scorned since its release in the United States of America back on Friday, January 31st, 1997. By the way, the Star Wars Special Edition, the first movie alone, made $35 million in 1997 money its debut weekend. Just for that one movie. Just that first weekend. Doesn't surprise me. It was really exciting when those special editions were released. Since then, I've gotten them on film, as I talked about earlier, in the original versions. But here's a neat little preview trailer for the special editions that I want to play for you now. Let's see if I can find that. And then I'll talk about some of the changes really briefly. And I can't wait to tell you about the new Star Trek show. Episodes 2 and 3 of Star Trek Strange New Worlds were much better than episode 1. But there were some mistakes and some interesting things that I want to talk about with you. And a lot of this Star Wars information is not going to be things you've heard elsewhere. I have a lot of new information for you that I think is pretty significant, but I'll let you be the judge. So, let me find that trailer. I should have had that pulled up for you. Here's the special edition trailer. And here, just wait for it. Here it comes. And I want to talk about how in The Empire Strikes Back, here it is. All right, here it is. Hang on, hold that.
For an entire generation, people have experienced Star Wars the only way it's been possible, on the TV screen. But if you've only seen it this way, you haven't seen it at all. Now, for its 20th anniversary, the adventure of a lifetime returns to the big screen in a way you've never seen before.
There'll be no one to stop us this time.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
With newly enhanced visual effects,
They're coming in too fast!
DHX and digital sound, and a few new surprises.
Want it up, we ride?
Look, Jabba, next time you want to talk to me, come see me yourself.
Here they come!
This January,
Good luck.
George Lucas and 20th Century Fox invite you to welcome back Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, Han Solo, Darth Vader, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Chewbacca, C-3PO, and R2-D2. Finally, the motion picture event, the way it was meant to be experienced.
This will be a day long remembered.
As the entire Star Wars trilogy returns. On January 31st, Star Wars. On February 21st, The Empire Strikes Back. Then on March 7th, Return of the Jedi.
Move closer!
For a whole new generation who have yet to experience it on the big screen. And for everyone else to experience it again.
That boy is our last hope.
No, there is another.
The Star Wars Trilogy, Special Edition. See it again
for the first time.
The Force will be with you, always.
Pretty good sound there. That THX sound system by George Lucas and Lucasfilm. THX sound, like THX 1138. George Lucas's first movie that predates American Graffiti. The movie that put him on the map as a movie director and a movie mogul. Of course, he made most of his money on the merchandising. The Kenner toys that were put out for sale in March of 1978, months after the release of the movie, like over 6 months after the movie was released. They were on mail order back then. Anywho, I hate when people say anywho. I just did it. Some of the changes that were good. I did like that they restored a scene between Han and Jabba the Hutt. And when it was shot back in 1976, the production budget was just over $6 million in 1976 money. That's when it was filmed, released May 25th, 77. And Harrison Ford acted with a rotund, obviously human actor. There was no alien makeup on him. He just had kind of scruffy hair. And I remember there was a making of special. I have it on film from Star Wars to Jedi. It wasn't the one that Mark Hamill hosted. That was an Empire Strikes Back making of TV special. And there was one also that R2-D2 and C-3PO hosted before that, the making of Star Wars. But this was from Star Wars to easy for me to say, from Star Wars to Jedi, the making of a saga, I believe is the title. And in that, they show the raw footage of Harrison Ford and the actor playing Jabba the Hutt. When the comic book adaptation was released by Marvel Comics back in this, it would have been issue, I think, 3, issue 2 or 3, but the first 2 issues predated the release of the movie. So, but even before the internet, before social media, before message boards, there were spoilers in the forms of adaptations in books and comic books and novels. Like novels, when I say books and novels, I mean the Ballantine Books novelization, which is just literally just printed words. And then you had books that were more kid-friendly that had heavy photographs. And then you also had a record album that I mentioned last time in the Nostalgic Podblast number 101 that I had, which was really cool, where you had this narrator who is trying to sound like Alec Guinness, but it's not him narrating it. And there's a nice little booklet I did not show on camera last time. I'll show you now. It became detached because of all of my reading of a kid of all and you'd go through page by page along with the book. And there's one little piece of dialogue from one of the stormtroopers that's in this record that was not in the final mix of the film. And it's the scene at the end of the original Star Wars where the stormtroopers and the bad guys are chasing the heroes, chasing Han Solo and Chewbacca, Luke Skywalker. And in the finished film, you just hear, close the blast doors, close the blast doors. And what was missing was, this is a very minor thing, but again, I think it's important, at least to my inner child, because I always thought it was interesting. It was on the record, not in the movie. Before that, you hear, close the blast doors. And it goes with the following line, open the blast doors, open the blast. It's like, it's a joke because now the heroes are turning the guns on them. You know, they're going on the offensive and not the defensive. So I'm going to play a little bit of that audio from the special edition where they restored that original bit of audio from the original soundtrack that for some reason, and I never learned why it was missing, but here it is. Listen to this. It's about 10 seconds long.
Close the blast doors. Open the blast door.
And so that's that open the blast door. That was in the original. Anyway, they put that back in. I like that they put the Han Solo and Jabba the Hutt scene back in. And of course, they use primitive CGI. I didn't finish the point on that. Over the actor, over the rotund actor. And it was very, very bad. And then they redid it later for a DVD release and Blu-ray release. So it looked more like the way Jabba the Hutt looked in Return of the Jedi and in Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, released Wednesday, May 19th, 1999, you know, about a couple years after the release of the special edition of the original trilogy. So those were good things. And they improved the special effects. And I really liked how when the Death Star is destroyed, they put that ring around it. Thought that looked pretty cool. So they augmented some things and made it a little more aerodynamic. But I like the old models. But the best special effects to me, in my opinion, is when you combine CGI and old school models. And the special effects team in the original Star Wars was the head of the special effects team was a gentleman named John Dykstra, who in more recent years did the special effects of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. I know, hell, that's been a long time ago. I know I'm old, but, still, that was, 2002 through 2007. That was a long time after 1977. Now, John Dykstra had a falling out with George Lucas over Battlestar Galactica. That's another story, and a lot of people know that. He did the special effects for the television version of Star Wars, if you will, by Glenn A. Larson, and that really angered not only George Lucas, but 20th Century Fox. Battlestar Galactica was a Universal television show, and when we get around to talking about She-Hulk, the new Disney Plus show, I'm going to play some scenes from that, which dropped in late May 2022, and talk about the origin of the She-Hulk character in the comics. First time you saw that character, just a tease here, was in November 1979 at the height of the Bill Bixby, Lou Ferrigno, Jack Colvin, Universal CBS hit primetime Friday night show, The Incredible Hulk. And there's a reason why Marvel actually scrambled to create a female Hulk character. I'll explain later. So, that's all I want to say about the first release. Now, The Empire Strikes Back got some audio to talk about in terms of the original soundtrack score by John Williams. One thing I wish they had fixed when they released The Empire Strikes Back, the special edition, was just like Superman the movie, for some reason they muted really good music that John Williams scored for The Empire Strikes Back. And for those that don't know, a composer is literally watching the movie with his orchestra as he conducts, and he's written the music, of course, ahead of time. But to my knowledge, John Williams would watch the movie himself and with some of his, advisors or, some of the other musicians before they would actually have a session. And so, he wrote music based on each and every scene. And in Superman the movie, which he also did the music for in 1978, there was music that was muted. When, most notably, when the planet Krypton is destroyed at the beginning of the picture, there was awesome music that was later restored. It was on the soundtrack album of Superman the movie. And then when the television version hit on ABC in 1982, they put all these deleted scenes in and deleted music, and it makes it much better. And fortunately, in 2018, they released a Blu-ray of that 3-hour, 8-minute extended, really long version of Superman the movie. But we're talking about The Empire Strikes Back here. At the very beginning of the movie, The Empire Strikes Back, they mute some really cool music I'm going to play. And I'm just going to set the stage. So the opening scroll, The Empire Strikes Back, Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, blah, 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 blah. And then you see a shot of what's called the Star Destroyer. That's that big spaceship in the Empire's arsenal. And it dispatches a bunch of probe droids and probes across the universe. So they mute the music right after the opening theme, and then there was awesome music John Williams scored as you see all these probes scattering across the galaxies. And then there's also heroic music scored for Han Solo as he's searching for Luke on the frozen world of Hoth. And I want to play that for you. And there's even foreshadowing to the music that's played when he's frozen in carbonite. It's all very complex, but it'll make sense when you hear this. So here is the opening, the original opening to The Empire Strikes Back. And like Superman the movie, this was on the 2-album soundtrack. So when I was a kid, I was like, what happened to that music? Why did they take that out? Well, I was hoping they'd put it back in the special edition. They didn't. But here's how that sounded. Now, again, I can't play the whole thing because, copyright. But the main theme has gone by. You know The Empire Strikes Back. I know if you're listening to this show, you know the movie very, very well. And it's like, dun, 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 and then they mute it. Well, here's the continuation of that music. This is in the movie, obviously. When I go like this, if you're watching on camera, all right, this is in it. Cut! That's that probe droid coming up. Flying around Hoth. They muted all this. I like this. They shouldn't have taken that out. I think it's more dramatic. That incidental background music. Now this is in the movie with Luke on the Tauntaun, that little creature, stop motion animation, special effects. Echo. Anyway, I'm not going to recite the lines. This is in the movie, but now it's about to get to a deleted piece of music. Am I a dork or what? Yes, I am. I'm proud of it. This is in the movie, but it's about to get some extra stuff. Here comes the Wampa. He attacks Luke. Across the face. They had to explain why Mark Hamill's face looked different. In reality, he had a terrible car crash in January 1977, months before the release of the original Star Wars. He had extensive plastic surgery to correct. Now, this is additional music, deleted music, showing the Rebel Hoth base. I like this. Kind of bouncy, and then it's showing Chewbacca and Han Solo working on the Millennium Falcon in that big hangar. And for some reason, they just didn't use it. I like this. And I was hoping they put it in a special edition. Yes, I'm repeating myself, but also I want to talk over this. There. That's where it shows Chewbacca for the first time. That little note there. I can't do it. My nephew can do a perfect impression of Chewbacca the Wookiee. And then the princess theme. Then they put this little piece in, if memory serves me correctly. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Don't get all mushy on me, princess. Whatever he said. I've seen that movie. I have it on film, and it's countless times, and I can't remember the lines. I must be brain dead. This is additional music also. This isn't that great, but I like the dramatic stuff that they took out. Like the Han Solo heroic theme when he's searching for Luke in just a second. This is in it. Now I remember they ducked into the Princess Leia theme in the scene. Yeah. In the hallway, they have that little moment in the corridor on the ice planet. Uni. I need. What about Uni? Or something. Anyway. This is in the movie, but it's about to cut to something that's not. Where it shows the droids for the first time, R2 and C-3PO, and they're having their little banter. Like, it's another fine mess you got me into. Who are those dudes from the old movies? That's who they were patterned after. Lucas patterned R2-D2 and C-3PO after Frank and Ollie, whatever. sound like an idiot not knowing. I do know, but it's late. Okay, here, this is deleted music of the droids. See, I like this, man. It makes the scene better. And what I really like is, in a moment, there's that line where the unknown rebel soldier says to Han, "You're going to freeze before midday or something." And he goes, "And I'll see you in hell." Yeah. And but I like is John Williams put in that music that was playing when he got frozen in carbonite, and that was cut. And I thought that was cool foreshadowing. Right here, it's about to happen. Just listen. Here's what they says: "Your tauntaun will freeze before midday." Right there, he says freeze, and then it goes. See, that was like musical foreshadowing by John Williams that Lucas took out, or the editor, or both took out of the film. And I love that little subtle foreshadowing of doom that was going to happen later in the movie. My clip's about over. I'm going to play one other little piece of music, and then we'll move on.
Georgia Power.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Lord in heaven. Oh, I wasn't quick enough. All right. Those ads will get you, man. All right, now here is what's going on, and this is just one other, this is much briefer than what I just played, by the way. But this also is deleted music. When Luke has escaped from the Wampa, he summoned the Force to get that lightsaber in his hand, and he cut off the arm of that Wampa and escaped the cave, remember? And then he falls down into the snow and the ice. So this music is the additional music. It's what I call the heroic Han music, where he's searching on the ice world for Luke, and it's really cool music they never use. It's really heroic. Here it is. So here, Luke has just cut the creature's arm off in The Empire Strikes Back. Right here, and then cut. And this is all extra music from this point forward. So Luke's just wandering around in a snowstorm, and now here's the heroic Han. Cut to R2 and C-3PO in the Rebel base. And you see like R2's antenna go in that close-up shot. There's really nothing more we can do. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I like this music. They shouldn't have muted it from the scene. They should have put it back in that special edition, in my opinion. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And right there, that's where Luke hits the ice. You see that close-up of him hitting the ice, and he's hallucinating, and then Obi-Wan appears. And all this is extra music. Here comes Obi-Wan Kenobi as he's delirious. And then it cuts to the Han heroic music in just a sec. Again, I'm talking over this because of the bots. I don't want to get flagged. This is... End of scene. Cut to still no word from Skywalker or Solo. That's all I'm going to play of the lost music. And there's more from Empire, but I just wish they put that back in the film. But let's continue on and talk about... Oh, another change. So we're talking about Empire Strikes Back. Another bad change. They omitted some dialogue by James Earl Jones as Darth Vader. The voice of Darth Vader, the actor who played Darth Vader, is a British actor and bodybuilder named David Prowse, who actually trained Christopher Reeve back in the day to bulk up for the role of Superman. But I'm hearing a hum. Of course, by the way, Dave Prowse didn't know his voice was going to be dubbed over. It took him by surprise. And Lucasfilm did release some takes where you hear David Prowse, his real voice, and it's pretty interesting. So, all right, getting back to the deleted James Earl Jones line. At the end of the film, I already talked about the scene where Luke's hand is cut off, and then you heard that missing audio of the enunciation by actor Mark Hamill. And he falls into that chamber. Well, after that happens, Darth Vader thinks his son is dead. He's committed suicide, fell to his doom, and he's very hurt. I think there's more pain than anger in this line, but his line is, "Bring my shuttle." I have to use effects. I can't do an impression of the great James Earl Jones. This is CNN. I can't do it. I just don't have the pipes. But they took that line out. Bring my shuttle. And I just love the way James Earl Jones said that line. And they replaced it with this clunky, awkward line. And it doesn't even sound anything like James Earl Jones. Alert my Star Destroyer to prepare for my arrival. Instead of the simply and subtly, bring my shuttle, by the great James Earl Jones. Well, you may be asking, who did the voice work for Darth Vader in that moment in the special edition? It was a guy named Charles Andrew Nelson. That's Charles Andrew Nelson, who took on the part of Darth Vader. And he also did the voice of Darth Vader in the Star Wars video games around that time in the 1990s, and in that one scene in the special edition re-release in 1997. Now, who is Charles Andrew Nelson? Well, for one thing, he's a white guy. Maybe that explains why he didn't sound anything like the great James Earl Jones. He didn't have the cool. But get this, though. He's more of a special effects guy. Let me give you some background on Charles Andrew Nelson. He was born on Friday, June 22nd, 1962. And he is an actor, a special effects artist in the visual effects department, an animator, and a lecturer. He spent 6 years at LucasArts Entertainment Company, where he was a visual effects supervisor and senior artist. Charles Andrew Nelson's credits at LucasArts include Star Wars Dark Forces, Star Wars Rebel Assault 2, The Hidden Empire, Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2, Curse of Monkey Island, Star Wars Masters of Teräs Käsi, Star Wars Rogue Squadron, and Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine. By the way, there was a Space 1999 episode titled The Infernal Machine from season 1 of that 1970s program that I love. I'm drinking a Space 1999 out of a Space 1999 coffee mug as I'm live at the moment in the middle of the night. But Charles Andrew Nelson left LucasArts in 1998 after he ruined doing an impression of Darth Vader. He blew it. And he joined the effects team at ILM, which stands for Industrial Light and Magic, George Lucas's company, where he was a he was a compositor, a rotoscoper, a matte painter. A matte painter it predates CGI. It's where literally there's a glass pane and someone is literally painting around it, like in the original Star Wars where Obi-Wan Kenobi is around that tractor beam in the chasm of the Death Star. He was just a few feet off the ground. A matte painter painted around that to look like he was, hundreds of feet above the ground. But also, let's see, other work that Charles Andrew Nelson did in the effects realm. He was also a texture artist. His work at ILM, Industrial Light and Magic, includes Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, Galaxy Quest, that really funny comedy with Sigourney Weaver and Tim Allen from Home Improvement, The Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle. He did The Perfect Storm with Mark Wahlberg, a great movie. Jurassic Park 3. The Time Machine, which was a reboot of the 1960 George Pal science fiction classic. And Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. After the completion of that film, Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, Charles Andrew Nelson joined the full-time faculty of the Academy of Art University and served as the school's visual effects director from 2002 to 2004. So he's a teacher also. He currently consults for various leading effects and animation studios. He's got a lot going on, and he's obviously extremely talented in the effects and art realm. And he's a member of the Visual Effects Society. So kind of cool, I guess, that Lucas, just picked this guy to voice Darth Vader, but he's not a voiceover artist. And it showed in that one little moment, just because you can't help but compare it to the great James Earl Jones. Now back to Star Wars month here. I digress there to give you some background on him. I mentioned on camera, you'll see the original Marvel Comics adaptation of The Empire Strikes Back, and it was released 2 weeks before the movie. As I said earlier, before the internet, things could get spoiled by print. And it certainly was in this movie, where we learned that Darth Vader is really Luke's father, et cetera, et cetera. They did the same thing with Return of the Jedi, releasing that a couple of weeks before the movie was released. And there were a whole lot of things that were revealed. And also in the book, there was the Star Wars storybook, different from the Story of Star Wars, which is the record album I talked about and showed on camera earlier. But the Star Wars storybook, they did one for each of the 3 movies in hardback, and I think they released them in paperback too. In fact, I know they did. And it was just basically a print version with a lot of photographs of the original movies. But those also, I remember being a little kid and getting my hands on that book before the movie came out, before Empire. And same with Jedi, and just looking through it just in amazement of what I was going to see on the big screen in mere weeks. Okay, we talked about the close the blast doors. I'm just going through my notes here as we're live. I'm going to play a little bit of music. This is the Jabba the Hutt theme as I read this little piece. And I did some editing. I was going to actually describe each and every change to the special editions. I'll tell you where to go on the internet. Anyone out there that wants to take notes, grab a pen. I'll give you a website and you can just read about it. I think it would just be too boring and a real tune out for those that don't give a flip about Star Wars. Although I think most people that listen to the Nostalgic Podblast, this show, do care about those details. But let me just pull this music up here. And now these list of changes, do you have that pen yet? Pen and paper? You can find this at Wikipedia, like Wikipedia, but Wookiee, like Chewbacca, his race, the Wookiees. This whole list of changes to the special edition, if you want to look, just go to Wikipedia fandom. It's pretty cool. So let me see here. I'll save you a lot of time, my friends. All right. I don't think I mentioned, so the reason they released these, yes, I did mention that, was to gear up the public for the prequels. I don't think I mentioned the release date. All right, here's the release dates of The Phantom Menace, Episode 1. We don't care about the Naboo. That was released on Wednesday, May 19th, 1999. And I'm convinced that George Lucas picked 1999 because he hadn't had a Star Wars movie released since 1983 with Return of the Jedi. He was inspired by Space 1999, as well as Lost in Space, as well as Flash Gordon serials. I mean, there were a lot of Westerns. He had a lot of inspirational material. But I know he got a lot of stuff from Space 1999. And I think that's why he chose it. In fact, one of the very first shots after the opening scroll of The Phantom Menace, you see Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, Ian McGregor and... oh, God, having a brain toot. The Irish actor. It'll come to me. They're looking out of a window, and it looks like the window of Main Mission in Space 1999. I swear. Anyway, someone out there knows what I'm talking about. So I thought that was a nod. I should have pulled my my trading card for the camera. For anyone watching on video, you'd have to know Space 1999. So if you don't know that show, this is probably not of any interest to you whatsoever. So anyway, Phantom Menace was released on May 19th, 1999. Attack of the Clones was released on Thursday, May 16th, 2002. And then Revenge of the Sith, my favorite of the 3 prequels, Episode 3, was released on Thursday, May 19th, 2005, respectively. So let's see here. Oh, yeah. I know they fixed like some shadows and things in the original Star Wars movies. And then what was really cool, guys and gals, is that in 2011, Star Wars was finally released on Blu-ray, and Lucas inserted all of these wonderful original cut scenes from the original trilogy. I never thought they'd see the light of day, and there were scenes on Tatooine in the very first Star Wars that were cut. Talked about this last time. Marsha Lucas, who was the editor of the original Star Wars, George Lucas's ex-wife, wanted only to have Princess Leia be the eligible female in the movie. So there were other females in several scenes that were cut and left on the cutting room floor of the original Star Wars. Han Solo had a girlfriend, talked about that last time, in the cantina on his lap. Right before he goes, Han Solo, I made the ship in the Kessel Run by less than 20 parsec, 35 parsec, whatever it is. But right before he says Han Solo, he has a girl on his lap, and he goes, sweetheart, and that actress was a featured extra in Space 1999, filmed in England, just like the original Star Wars. Anyway. And then another person that got cut was one of Luke's friends in Anchorhead, the little town city on Tatooine. And there was a really cool scene. In fact, you see Luke right out of the gate in the original cut of Star Wars and in the comic book, watching that space battle from the very first shot of Star Wars, the space battle of the Star Destroyer closing in on the blockade runner rebel ship. And he's watching with his little binoculars, the same binoculars he was using in the final cut of the film when he got attacked by that Tusken Raider. Anyway, God, that was crazy, huh? Too much coffee. Got to quickly talk about Return of the Jedi, a change that I didn't like. They eventually took out the actor who played the adult Anakin Skywalker, Sebastian Shaw, and replaced him with Hayden Christensen. And that was done, though, for the DVD release, because obviously they hadn't made the prequels yet or even cast Hayden Christensen yet at that point in 1997. But they did change the music of the end of Return of the Jedi, which I did not like. But I did like the scene. It showed celebrations after the Empire has fallen and the second Death Star was destroyed. You saw celebrations on various worlds that would be introduced in the prequels. And I'd like that new music by John Williams, but I still like the original celebration by the Ewoks. It seemed more like a party and seemed more real to me. But anyway, so all those women were cut from the original Star Wars by Marsha Lucas, and I think that was a wise choice, actually. And then Aunt Beru survived the cut, but she's an older, not relatively attractive woman. Luke's aunt, Aunt Beru. But she just wanted Carrie Fisher to be the standalone attractive female in the film. So in the prequels, it was really great to hear, at long last, James Earl Jones reprise his part as the voice of Darth Vader. And I'm going to play a clip of him doing just that at the end of Revenge of the Sith, where Anakin is fitted with his armor. And a lot of people don't like the scream at the end. No! It's been parodied for years and years and years. Let me see. I thought I had that for you here. Yeah, here it is. And now this is the scene. This is the first time that Anakin is fitted, because he just fought Obi-Wan Kenobi basically in a volcano planet, and he's just been burned to a crisp. He's got limbs missing, and he needed this armor to survive. It showed the origin. I mean, this is not new information to you. I know. We're going to move on to some new stuff in just a moment, like She-Hulk. But here is where, and what I liked in between Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, I always thought it would be neat. I mentioned this on message boards, and I would like to think that it got to Lucasfilm through the internet. This is before Facebook, before social media, but there still were message boards where fans and fanboys and fangirls could communicate with each other in other locations. And I said, it would be cool if, because we know he's going to turn bad, and we know he's going to do something awful to Padme. It'd be cool if he did that death grip, that stranglehold on her from afar, but obviously doesn't kill her, doesn't hurt her, but it would be really dramatic and to show that he's really gone to the dark side and he's just not the person he was. And they did that, and I thought that was cool. I don't think it was because of me. I'm not trying to be delusional, but I'm just glad they did it. I just thought it was really dramatic. Now here we go. Here is James Earl Jones reprising the voice of Darth Vader.
Lord Vader, can you hear me?
Yes, Master. Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
It seems in your anger, you
He's lying.
killed her.
Killed her.
I couldn't have. She was alive. I felt it.
But I like the line before that. She was alive. I felt it. She was alive. No, she was alive. I felt it. Okay, I'm going a little crazy tonight. All right, it's the caffeine, folks, and the Snickers I just ate for extra energy. It's the middle of the night. I think a lot of people. Let me ask you this: do you think The Empire Strikes Back is it an action movie? Is it a sci-fi movie? Or is it both? I think it's both. And the critics are going crazy about a new movie that's about to be released. It was released, depending on when you are hearing this nostalgic Podblast, episode 102, on Memorial Day weekend 2022. It's Top Gun Maverick. And I've heard a lot of critics rave. Leonard Maltin's raved about it. Across the board, it's getting rave reviews. And I heard one critic say, Movie Man Mike is his name, that it's the greatest action sequel of all time, in his opinion. That's a bold statement. And that's fine. That's his opinion. It may very well be. That remains to be seen. I can't wait to see it. But let's listen to a couple scenes from this. And Tom Cruise, you know, he's, as Leonard Maltin said, I agree with this. He's really one of the last real Hollywood actors that's old school. I love that he does his own stunts. We won't talk about some of his peculiar personal things. That doesn't matter. I'm talking strictly his acting ability. And he never hurt anyone. He never did anything. He never, shot anyone, never did anything bizarre like that. So I got no problem with him. I don't care what his religious beliefs are or any of that. I just think he's an awesome actor. And let's listen to a little bit, if I can get it to go, of scenes from Top Gun Maverick. Here it is. Listen to this great sound.
What do we have here? Yeah, here I thought we were special.
Fellas, this here's Bagman.
Hangman.
Whatever.
What the hell kind of mission is this?
Everyone here is the best there is. Who the hell are they gonna get to teach us?
Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell. Let me be perfectly blunt. You are not my first choice. You are here at the request of Admiral Kazansky, a.k.a. Iceman. He seems to think that you have something left to offer the Navy. What that is, I can't imagine.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
And we're off.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
We're going into combat on a level no living pilot's ever seen.
Not even him.
You think up there you're dead. Believe me.
My dad believed in you. I'm not gonna make the same mistake.
Someone's not coming back from this.
Those are your pilots. Anything happens to them.
Smoke in the air!
You'll never forgive yourself.
No turning back now.
Come on! Jeez!
Having any fun yet?
Top Gun Maverick. So the official United States of America release date of Top Gun 2, Top Gun Maverick, is Tuesday, May 24th, 2022, or was Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. But I think most people see it Memorial Day weekend. So Paramount Pictures, I think they got a guaranteed hit on their hands, and a lot of people were saying, well, why did it take so long to release it? It's been in the can, on the shelf all this time. That's because of COVID. I think they wanted to get optimal profits. There's nothing wrong with that. They obviously invested a lot of money in this movie. It's a multi-million-dollar picture, so I think they were wise to wait. Now, I wonder what the over and under is in Vegas on whether Maverick dies in the movie and sacrifices himself to save his trainees. I don't know. I have no inside information. I think they might go the James Bond route. Spoiler alert, James Bond. Daniel Craig's James Bond died. Yeah, in the latest James Bond movie. So, anyway, so it remains to be seen if he goes to the great Scientology collection in the sky. I don't know what that means, and that's stupid. I shouldn't have said that. Where's my filter? I love Tom Cruise, and I don't mean to piss anybody off. Speaking of trailers, let's move on to something else that dropped in late May 2022. Sorry about that hum, folks. I'm reaching for a visual aid of the very first appearance of She-Hulk in comic book form, released in November 1979. I'm going to play a little bit of this trailer. I want to set it up because there are some visual components to this that won't make sense. The very first voice you're going to hear is Mark Ruffalo. He's the actor that plays the Incredible Hulk in the Avengers movies. And of course, he's not the first actor to play the Hulk in the movies. That would be Eric Bana. He's an Australian actor. And then you had Fight Club guy. Oh, God. Ed Norton play him in 2009's The Incredible Hulk. And or was it 2008? I think it was 2008 was the release. Yeah, the year that The Incredible Hulk was released. Loved it. And I don't know if it was a salary dispute or what, but for whatever reason, they recast him again. And I understand the first recasting and Ang Lee's Hulk from 2003, time had moved on, everything. But it's too bad that they couldn't continue with Ed Norton as Bruce Banner. Not David Banner. We'll talk about why the name was changed for television in the CBS show in a moment. But in the trailer, so you hear the voice of the Incredible Hulk, Bruce Banner. And let me explain. He's no longer a savage. And anyone that's seen Endgame will know, Avengers Endgame from 2019 will know that Banner is in control of the Beast. He has intellect. And that goes back to the comics of the 1980s, written by Bill Mantlo and drawn by Sal Buscema. I know to the layman that won't mean crap to you, but I've got to give you factual information. Those were the creators of those stories, where he went into space and he was exposed to something that allowed him to control the creature up until issue 300 of the Incredible Hulk comic book, where he lost control and he became like a lumbering monster again. A mass of rage. But in the current movies and in She-Hulk, Banner's in control of the Hulk. So the first voice you'll hear is him as Hulk, and he's trying to test his cousin. That's who She-Hulk is. Her name is Jennifer. And that's his cousin. And in the comics, she has an accident, and there's a blood transfusion with this gamma radiated blood, and it gets in her system, and that's why she also becomes a hulking creature. But it's more tongue-in-cheek in this version, and I think it's going to be really, really good. Sorry, I'm talking into the mic here, a little distorted there. And so in the trailer, again, I haven't even got to the damn point. I can't tell a story to save my life. You hear him testing her. It's a bit of a visual thing. That's why I wanted to set it up. And she's in this like steel room, okay? And there's these razor blades coming at her. And if she doesn't transform into the She-Hulk, and she's wearing this weird headgear, it looks like almost like not a motorcycle helmet, but that in shape, but it's just some mechanical scientific gizmo on her head. And you'll hear what's going on. So basically, if she doesn't turn into the Hulk, she's going to get cut up. And just listen, let me pull this clip for the brand new trailer. And if you want to see it, just, of course, go to YouTube or just Google search. It's called She-Hulk, Attorney at Law. I think that's kind of a clever title. Let me get this for you. I should have had it pulled up by now. All right, here it is. And this is only 1 minute and 45 seconds, so it's not a long clip. Here, let's listen together.
Hero.
And here's the Hulk.
Being a superhero is a trial by fire. Who's gonna protect the world if not people like you?
I'm Jennifer Walters. I'm a lawyer. I have great friends.
Can we get some shots, please? It's an emergency.
A demanding job.
We just started a superhuman law division, and I want you to be the face of it.
And a frustrating family.
Cause you didn't ask for this, but you still gotta deal with it. Your transformations are triggered by anger and fear.
Those are like the baseline of any woman just existing.
Oh.
Bruce, kind of feels like if I don't transform, I'm gonna die.
Yes, yes, yes. No, no.
So I love when she screams. She just transformed, obviously, into She-Hulk. Goes, "Ah!" And so she destroys the whizzing razor blade things. And he's going, yes, yes. And the reason he's going, no, no, is she then is destroying the wall of the room. It's like probably $1 million, steel scientific chamber. And she's busting out of the window towards him. And he's going, no, no. Anyway, let me back that up. I just love her scream. Listen again to her scream as she transforms into the She-Hulk.
If I don't transform, I'm gonna die.
Yes, yes, yes. No, no.
I just want to be a normal, anonymous lawyer.
Can you tell us where She-Hulk is? Jen, you're a story now.
Girl, your ass looks crazy right now.
You could be an Avenger.
Oh, I'm not a superhero. That is for billionaires and narcissists and adult orphans for some reason. Is there anything more depressing than dating in your 30s?
Yeah, this is the best date I've had in a while.
Oh.
Should we split some fries?
Let's get those to go.
She's lifting this dude at the end of the trailer there. She picks up in a bar as She-Hulk, and he's a muscular dude, and she's lifting him. I don't know about that. It's just kind of funny. But on the screen, anyone that watches this trailer, you'll see the words, "You will love her." It's like they're doing a Jedi mind trick, like Obi-Wan Kenobi with the Stormtrooper getting back to Star Wars in the first Star Wars. You don't need to see his identification. He does that to the weak-minded. Well, it says, "You will love her." And it says, You'll like her when she's angry. A little play on the opening to the classic Incredible Hulk show. Mr. McGee, don't make me angry. You won't like me when I'm angry. And so I like how it says you'll like her when she's angry. Now here is a bit of an interesting story, true story about the origin of the She-Hulk character from way back in 1979. So in 79, Universal Studios had a big TV hit on their hands with The Incredible Hulk on CBS, which was part of their big Friday night primetime ratings powerhouse trifecta of The Dukes of Hazzard at 8, The Incredible Hulk at 9, and then Dallas at 10. And it was rare for shows to score big ratings on a Friday night, but CBS pulled it off for years. So back in 79, this is when the Hulk was in its third season of 5 total seasons. It was at the height of its ratings and popularity. Well, Marvel had a problem because they knew that Universal, before The Incredible Hulk, had done a show called The $6 Million Man, which was based on a novel by an author named Martin Caidin, who wrote a book called Cyborg that the show was based on. And so Martin Caidin got royalties, and he owned the rights to the character, in part, of Steve Austin. But in the course of that show, The $6 Million Man, at the end of season 2, towards the end, not the very season finale, but there were 2 episodes in the spring of 1975 titled The Bionic Woman. And they introduced a love interest for Steve Austin, who was his high school sweetheart. She was in 9th grade, and he was a senior. She's robbing the cradle. They have jokes about it in that episode, blah, blah, blah. She has a skydiving accident. She loses her memory. And anyway, but they kill her off, basically, at the end of the second part of The Bionic Woman parts 1 and 2. Then all these people wrote in protest that loved that character, and it scored big ratings. Believe me, I have a point to the story. So they spun off the Bionic Woman into a series of her own that scored big, big ratings. And at the time, Lee Majors reportedly, by various sources, was unhappy with the salary that Lindsay Wagner as the Bionic Woman was earning. I think she was making more money than Lee at that time, but I'm not sure. So Marvel knew that Universal had created a female Bionic Woman, and Martin Caidin had nothing to do with that. She wasn't in that novel Cyborg. So Universal owned the rights, owned the merchandising. They saw the Kenner toys, the Bionic Woman Dome House, the Fembot dolls, all that. That's big dollar signs, merchandising. So they were in a race against time to create a female Hulk before Universal spun it off into a new show. I mean, they'd already done that successfully with the Bionic Woman, and that is absolutely true. So what happened? They got Stan Lee out of retirement in 1979. Stan Lee hadn't written comic books in at least 10 years at that point in time. He had become an executive with Marvel and then semi-retired and retired. But he actually wrote She-Hulk 1, and it's on camera right now. By the way, if you're listening at fistfulofradio.com, Apple, TuneIn, wherever you listen to your podcast and you stumbled across this show, The Nostalgic Podblast, episode 102, you can see all of this on camera, my collectibles and the visual aids, on the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, or in our Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. But YouTube's easier, and oh, I forgot to tell you. Well, let me finish this story about the She-Hulk. I'm all over the place. Marvel, since they released the comic book She-Hulk, they now own that character. They now could lease that to Universal. And otherwise, if Universal had just created a female Hulk character, they would have owned it. So anyway, Marvel won the race, and thus they would own the merchandising and everything else and the comic books and blah, 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 blah. So that's why She-Hulk was created, was because of the television show. Let's see here. Oh, I didn't tell you. I referenced how Bruce Banner was changed to David Banner in the comic books, and I learned this from the horse's mouth himself, a guy named Kenneth Johnson, who is a television director and creator, and he created the television version of The Incredible Hulk back in November 77. I think it was filmed in August 77, I believe, the pilot, which aired around Thanksgiving 77. And Kenneth Johnson wrote and directed it. And he explained that the executives at the CBS television network thought that the name Bruce was too effeminate. So they had the name changed to David. Well, Johnson met him halfway, Kenneth Johnson, and he said, why don't we have it be David Bruce Banner? So at the end of the movie, he has to fake his own death, and blah, blah, blah. It's like The Fugitive. The TV version of the Hulk was like an updated version of The Fugitive. And he fakes his own death, and he shows up at his own gravesite. And you see the grave, and it says David Bruce Banner. Anyway, there's a little bit of trivia for you for team trivia at the bar if that ever comes up. Another weird thing, though, that Kenneth Johnson, who is a genius, he also went on to do V, the original miniseries on NBC that aired in 1983. It was a big hit way back then with the lizard aliens that come down. And then he did other projects, too, like Alien Nation. But he wanted the Hulk to be red in his TV version of the character because he said, well, red is the color of rage. He told me this when I met him twice at Burbank, California, and at a collector show in Tampa, Florida in 06, and then in Burbank in 07. Really nice guy. I had dinner with him. Man, really great guy. But I thought that was strange that he wanted the character to be red. But hey, man, in the comics, he's green. He's emerald green. The Jade Giant, man. He's like, you can't do that. In fact, the Hulk was gray in the very first edition of The Incredible Hulk from way back in 1962 when the character was created by Stan Lee and artist Jack Kirby. The artist of She-Hulk 1 was John Buscema, and his brother Sal Buscema drew The Incredible Hulk, the regular Incredible Hulk comic book at that time when She-Hulk hit the scene in November 1979. The cover date says February 1980, and that's because it's always 3 months ahead for distribution purposes. Basically, that is an expiration date for the guy that's stocking the comic book rack in the newsstand. When he sees that date, oh, crap, got to get rid of these copies and put the new edition in its place. That's why it's always 3 months ahead, or it was at that time anyway. Now, did you know, a little bit of trivia, speaking of Mars, the planet the red planet in our solar system. There was a composer, a classical composer, Gustav Holst. Most people know this, but maybe you don't. And he scored a theme for each planet in our solar system, the Milky Way. And there's a great piece of music called Mars Bringer of War that Gustav Holst created and composed. And I'm going to play a version by a Japanese musician who passed away a few years ago. It's really cool. It's like an electronic version of Mars Bringer of War. I'll play that in a second. So that's the origin of She-Hulk. And the original comic book only lasted 25 issues. I'm going to show you the last issue of the original run, The Savage She-Hulk by Marvel Comics. Ironically, it ended right around the time the TV show ended, huh? So it served its purpose. Flash forward to 1989 when artist and writer John Byrne, there's the last issue, folks, anyone that's watching on video live or after live, doesn't matter. You can still see it there if you're on YouTube there. They revived it, John Byrne, and it was more tongue-in-cheek, and that's going to be the way that this Disney Plus series is going to be. It's going to be tongue-in-cheek. It's going to be humor. It's not going to be ridiculous humor like Jar Jar Binks farting in the wind or I guess it wasn't Jar Jar and Phantom Menace farting. It was like a space elephant or something. Yeah. But, it's going to be well done. There's the cover of the 1989 revival titled The Sensational She-Hulk, and they even have a play on the cover showing the original Savage She-Hulk cover, and she's like, you better buy it this time, or I'm going to be pissed, meaning the comic book readers. Better buy this book this time. This is your second chance. And it lasted 60 issues until the early 1990s. Now, here's an example of a cover. It was a take on the Demi Moore Vanity Fair cover when she was pregnant in 1992. Here's a cover by John Byrne of She-Hulk. It looks like she's pregnant, but she's really just holding a beach ball. It's just, it's just a little joke cover. And there are other ones, too, where she looks like she's nude, where she's naked. And anyway, John Byrne took a lot of comedic liberty with the character of She-Hulk. So I'm looking forward to it, and that's going to drop on August 17th, which is a Wednesday, 2022, She-Hulk, Attorney at Law. And I think it's going to be very well done. Let's see. Is there anything else I forgot to tell you about? Oh, I wanted to tell you about this before we... Let me make sure I want to stay on task here. Okay. Let me read something. Okay. About She-Hulk. So I already mentioned some of this, but She-Hulk created by Stan Lee and artist John Buscema. First appeared in Savage She-Hulk 1, February 1980. Cover date, really, it was out in November 79. And Jennifer Walters is a lawyer who, after an injury, told you this already, repeating myself, forgive me, received an emergency blood transfusion from her cousin, Bruce Banner, a.k.a. the Incredible Hulk, and acquired a milder version of his Hulk condition. As such, attorney Jennifer Walters becomes large, powerful, green-hued. However, unlike Banner, she retains her personality and her intelligence. Well, in the movies, Bruce Banner is now able to do that too. So this was written in the comic books. No, Hulk was a beast. But anyway, so now they both can do this. Both these characters, the Hulk and She-Hulk, in this new series, will have their intelligence behind the muscle. Let's see. And she stays pretty much transformed as She-Hulk. She doesn't revert back to her human form that often, unlike the old show. Most people are used to the old Bill Bixby show, where he's constantly transforming, twice an episode, and then he reverts back to the human form like the Wolfman. That doesn't happen here. So She-Hulk in the comic books has been a member of the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, Heroes for Hire, the Defenders, Fantastic Force, and S.H.I.E.L.D. And as a highly skilled lawyer, she frequently leverages her legal and personal experience to serve as a legal counsel to various superheroes and other metahumans. Just like Daredevil, the blind superhero, another Marvel character, he's a lawyer. His alter ego is Matt Murdock, who's a blind attorney. And we've seen him in the movies. He made an appearance in the latest Spider-Man movie, No Way Home. So, the actress who plays She-Hulk and Jennifer Walters is Tatiana Maslany. I'm probably mispronouncing her last name, y'all. I'm sorry. I'll just spell it. Tatiana, Maslany. Maslany for closed captioning. And I think it's going to be great. I was skeptical of the casting of the lead because she looked really small to me. But no, after I saw that trailer, and I recommend you look at it too, it just looks really funny and good. She's taking selfies of herself, and you heard that line. Lady says, "Your ass looks incredible." So I think it's going to be good. Now, next item. This is also about the Marvel Comics universe, and we'll get to Star Trek in just a second. Bear with me. This is very controversial. There's going to be reportedly computer-generated cameos of Stan Lee in new Marvel productions after his death. I got to put that clip of Vader going, "No!" Headline: Stan Lee Marvel Comics Universe cameos could return using CGI and old footage of Stan Lee after a new deal is reached. Okay, so let me read this. This is an article. I got to give credit where credit's due, from ScreenRant.com. And this article is written by Grant Hermans, like Herman Munster, plural. After a new deal inked between Marvel, Genius Brands, and POW Entertainment, Stan Lee's Marvel Comics Universe cameos could return with CGI and old footage. The Hollywood Reporter has brought word that Marvel has signed a massive 20-year deal with a company called Genius Brands International and another company, POW, P-O-W exclamation point, Entertainment's joint venture, Stan Lee Universe, to license the likeness of Stan Lee in future films and TV productions, as well as Disney theme parks, merchandising, and more. This new deal opens the door for Stan Lee's cameos to return. Wow. I just think that's wrong. I got to enter my opinion here. I don't think that's right. For someone to profit, hopefully his daughters, Stan Lee's daughters, will get a piece of the pie. I'm sure they will. I don't know. That just seems weird. Here's a quote. And this is from Genius Brands CEO and Chairman Andy Hayward, Heyward. And he wrote about the new deal in the following statement, quote, "It really ensures that Stan, through digital technology and archival footage and other forms, will live in the most important venue, the Marvel movies. Hallelujah!" I added that. "And Disney theme parks. It's a broad deal," unquote. That means cha-ching. Though Lee's Marvel Comics Universe cameos were one of the audience's favorite parts of the long-running franchise, you'd look for Stan Lee, right? Spot him in the movie. The possibility of the late deceased comic book creator's return via CGI and old footage is sure to be met with divided responses from fans, and it is, including me. Disney previously tried a similar tactic with Rogue One, a Star Wars story, which was an excellent Star Wars spin-off movie. You know, it wasn't like an episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It was its own standalone movie, like the Solo story, the Han Solo origin story, not with Harrison Ford because he was too old. But they did that with Rogue One and in Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker, which it was episode 8. No, episode 9. Yes. Or was it The Last Jedi? I get confused. One of them's The Rise of Skywalker, one of them's The Last Jedi. I think The Rise of Skywalker was the last one. Yeah, that was episode 9. Okay. Anyway, you know, they used Carrie Fisher's image because she had already passed away, unfortunately, just like 2 days after her mom, Debbie Fisher. So sad. It's so sad to think, like, she's no longer here. Peter Mayhew, Chewbacca's no longer here. Kenny Baker, the dwarf inside R2-D2, is no longer here. It's sad, you know, as time goes on, to see these wonderful talents pass away. And man, COVID did a number on a lot of talent out there. I mean, and normal folks too, of course, is a terrible, terrible thing, but God. So anyway, they used CGI to bring Carrie Fisher back from the grave. And Peter Cushing, that's the guy that played Grand Moff Tarkin in the very first Star Wars. He did the Hammer horror movies. You know the guy, British actor. He got blown up when the Death Star blew in the very first Star Wars movie. And back then, when Rogue One was released, the technology was great, but now it's even better. So I think they could make it look really authentic. Excuse me. But when both those things happened with Carrie Fisher and Peter Cushing, they were met with mixed to negative responses from critics and fans alike, with the CGI described as delivering an uncanny valley effect and the ethics of reviving late actors for films being called into question. Despite the controversy, some filmmakers have continued this trend into other projects, including a Vietnam War film being developed with James Dean, who's been dead since the 50s, returning in CGI form. That being said, though the new deal between Marvel and Stan Lee's universe opens the possibility for Stan Lee's Marvel Cinematic Universe cameos to return, it should be noted that sources close to the situation have stated that neither Marvel nor Disney have begun planning such cameos as of yet, making it just as possible that the studios will listen to fans on whether they want such a thing to happen. Until this decision is made, audiences can at least look forward to Stan Lee's beloved face making its way to Disney theme parks in the future. I don't have a problem with the theme parks, but it's just kind of weird. It's like, because it's the money aspect, you know? I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. So now I'm going to take a little break as we listen to Gustav Holst's suite, The Planets. And as I pull that clip, I'll give you some background. This is the guy that scored a musical piece for each of the planets in our solar system I talked about. Gustav Theodor Holst was born Gustavus Theodor von Holst on September 2nd, 1874. He passed away on, of all days, May 25th, 1934. Why is that significant? May 25th, that's the date the original Star Wars was released in 77, just to bring it full circle. And Gustav Holst was an English composer, arranger, and teacher. Best known for his Planets suite. Excuse me. He composed many other works across a range of genres, although none achieved the success of The Planets. His distinctive compositional style was the product of many influences, including Richard Wagner and Richard Strauss, being the most crucial early in his development as a composer. So let's listen to a little bit of Mars, the Bringer of War. That's my favorite of his scores of The Planets. And you've heard this. This is by a Japanese artist, I already mentioned this, named Tomita. That's his last name, Tomita. And we'll talk about him in a second. And he also did an interesting piece of Star Wars music I don't think I played yet. I played it in the first take that I scrapped tonight when I was just making too many mistakes. And I'll play that in a second. But here is Mars, Bringer of War. You've heard this music, by the way. And at the end of it, this should sound familiar, even in this electronic version, because John Williams, I think, was inspired by it in the original Star Wars score when the Death Star is about to be blown up. Remember that dramatic moment? Dun, 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 bum, 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 bum. You know what I'm talking about. I know I sound like a whack job, but you'll hear it at the end of this. It's very similar. And this was scored long before Star Wars by John Williams. I'm going to take a break. It almost sounds like the Ming the Merciless theme in 1980's Flash Gordon. When you first see Ming the Merciless. I'm sorry. I'll need to shut up so you can enjoy the music. Here's the part from the end of Star Wars I was talking about, where they blow up the Death Star. Pretty cool. The classical version's different, and it sounds more like the John Williams classic score. And I've heard that music, the classical version, in the old Space 1999 show. I always mention it was one of George Lucas's influences in a season 1 episode titled Space Brain. I want to play for you now Tomita, the same guy that scored or did that electronic version of Mars Bringer of War by Gustav Holst, did the Star Wars theme, and there's like an electronic whistle, and I want to play that now because I meant to play that earlier when we were talking Star Wars. Here it is. This is pretty cool. Check this out, and I'll read a little bit about Tomita. This is only 3 minutes. This is pretty groovy. Speaking of Space 1999, if you're looking on camera, there's a coffee mug I'm drinking from of Space 1999. It has every episode listed on it. I've had that for years. All 48 episodes listed. I don't know if you can see that. Anyway. Now you can't see it. Love it. Groovy. So that composer, Isao Tomita, otherwise known as Tomita, lived from April 22nd to 1932 until May 5th, 2016. Just known as Tomita on his record albums. He was a Japanese composer regarded as one of the pioneers of electronic music and space music, as well as one of the most famous producers of analog synthesizer arrangements. In addition to creating note-by-note realizations, Tomita made extensive use of the sound design capabilities of his instrument, using synthesizers to create new sounds to accompany and enhance his electronic realizations of acoustic instruments. He also made effective use, gotta have a bad hum, folks, I'm so sorry, I'm a perfectionist. He also made extensive use of the sound design capabilities of his instrument, using synthesizers to create new sounds, as you just heard in those two pieces, to accompany and enhance futuristic science fiction themes, while laying the foundations for synth pop music and trance-like rhythms. Groovy. Many of his albums are electronic versions and adaptations of famous classical music pieces like Gustav Holst's Marsbringer of War, I just played. He received 4 Grammy Award nominations for his 1974 album based on music by Claude Debussy, titled Snowflakes Are Dancing. Now later, I've teased this, later in this episode of the Nostalgic Podblast 102, we will talk about episodes 2 and 3 of the newest Star Trek series that recently began streaming on Paramount Plus in May 2022, called Star Trek Strange New Worlds, and I love it. It's getting better and better, but there's some major mistakes in episodes 2 and 3. I'm not going to be a naysayer. I'm not going to nitpick, but it's there, and I'm a huge Trekker, and I would not let you guys down. I'm not going to let it slide. I'm not bitching about it, but it needs to be said, these mistakes. Now, I'm going to play another. This is a very short piece of music. This is a gentleman that I saw on YouTube, and he's an African-American synthesizer artist named Darius Witherspoon. And here he did a cover of the hum went away, thank goodness. Here he did a cover of the classic Rise by Herb Alpert. And I want to play, it's hard to perform that on a synthesizer, but this gentleman pulled it off. And I want to play that for you. And this guy, if you see his YouTube channel, I'll direct you there in a second. And then I got some big new movie news I want to tell you about. And if you're watching on camera, if you're listening, I know you're going to get tired of me referencing visual images that I'm showing on camera. But I was showing some knockoff magazines while Tomita's Star Wars played, of magazines like Space Wars, and they had all these knockoffs when Star Wars was a big hit in 1977 into 78 that were published. And they were really cheesy. Star Warp and stuff. And I also showed the Mad Magazine parody of The Empire Strikes Back with Alfred E. Newman as Yoda right there on the cover of the Mad Magazine book. It's pretty cute. So here's Rise on the synthesizer. Pretty cool beats, man. dope, Darius. Thank you for letting me use that, man. Got some big movie news to talk about, but let me direct you to who that artist is, man. That's Darius Witherspoon, as I said before, and he did that cover on May 20th, 2022. His YouTube channel, which I recommend you go to, is called Session Sounds with Darius W. And sounds is spelled with a Z, not an S. So it's session, singular, sounds, SUNDZ. W/Darius, DARIUSW period. He's a great guy. He's lost a lot of weight in the last few years. He looks fantastic, and he does all sorts of great music. He did like the theme to Too Close for Comfort. He does TV themes, real music. I mean, he's just so talented on that jam keyboard. Excuse me. Also, I wanted to mention something really, really cool. I'm always like self-promoting where you can hear this show, but hey, the brand that's the most known is the brand that is the most used. So it doesn't do me a bit of good if people don't know about my show. It's The Nostalgic, with a C, Podblast. Now, a lot of you know this. It's not news to you, but for the benefit of everyone, forget my show. This is something cool. If you stream TV on Apple TV or a Roku Ultra, this is friggin' awesome for free. You can stream a streaming TV YouTube channel. And there's also one for Spotify on the audio side on your TV. Now, you don't need a smart TV to do this. If you're new to streaming, I want to just quickly tell you how easy it is to stream. Go to Costco or Amazon online and get a Roku Ultra. It's the size of a compact disc. Maybe it's as thick as maybe two compact discs, old school, stacked up on top of each other, but it's the shape of a compact disc. It's small. It plugs into a regular AC outlet, right? And then you take an HDMI cable, like you would have for cable TV going into your TV. And it comes with that Roku Ultra. It's included. You plug it into your TV, and bam, you can stream. Free stuff. And there's a hell of a lot on Pluto TV. And there's also that free YouTube channel. And you just follow the simple instructions. Once you plug it in to power it up, plug it into your TV, it's easy. It's so simple. And then you go to YouTube, which is free, as I said. I'm repeating myself. And then you search, just like you would on cable television. You search like an on-demand on cable. You search The Nostalgic Podblast or whatever YouTube channel you want. Now, you should subscribe to whatever YouTube channels that float your boat because it becomes easier to find that content. And then one final step, you just select a little bell. You click it on YouTube, which you can do on a MacBook or a laptop also. If you're watching videos old school on your phone, however you're watching on YouTube, hit the bell. That means you'll get a notification like you see on Facebook anytime your favorite channel uploads new content, whether it's live or pre-recorded. Want to also mention to Fistful of Radio listeners, excuse me, that on Spotify, you can search all of your favorite Fistful shows, Shannon Burke and Kara, the classics, anything you want, whatever you like. Go to Spotify on your TV and search, what's his name? Billy Brew. You can search Billy Brew, whoever you want. Sully and Billy, Mike Brooks and Jim Gossett, newsmakerline.com. Search them. And you can listen on Spotify on your TV while you're cooking, while you're cleaning. And that's the great thing about audio. You don't have to be sitting there watching like a zombie, like a brainless goof. You can do things, but the video component's nice, but not all, certainly not all radio shows and podcasts have a video component. It's nice to have that so you can go to YouTube and stream it on your TV. Now, moving on. Big movie news. Now, any regular listener of the Nostalgic Podblast or viewer knows I'm a Fall Guy freak. The 1980s cheesy action show. In fact, we had one of the main stars live on the Nostalgic Podblast episode 94 named Doug Barr. Very successful guy. He's a businessman, a director. He's worked with the Hallmark Channel. Recently, he was on Designing Women. He was in the movie Deadly Blessing, acting opposite Maren Jensen. who's involved with one of the Eagles. We won't talk about that on a personal level. But he was in Fall Guy as Howie Munson. Well, if you're looking on camera, you'll see a little toy Colt GMC Sierra truck, which was a recent product that was put out a couple years ago by Green Light Hollywood. It's a pretty cool little die-cast truck. It's like a little Matchbox car or Hot Wheels. Were you a Matchbox fan or Hot Wheels? That'll be one of my nostalgic toys of the week coming up. Got to talk about those classic cars. And everyone and Tonka trucks too. I haven't talked about them. There's going to be a Fall Guy movie, though. That's why I'm talking about this. And I asked Doug about it. I said, Doug, if they make a Fall Guy movie, God, I hope they cast you in it, even in a cameo. Well, check this out. And I got this from Curtis Lanclow. He's got his own show, and it's awesome. And he has a big following on Facebook. It's the Retro Zest Podcast. It's just like the Nostalgic Podblast, but it might be a little better, to be honest with you. He has a lot of big-time guests, a lot of celebrities, and I run his show on fistfulofradio.com on the weekend and in the evening on Tuesday night around 8 o'clock, 3-hour block. And he does a great job. And he tipped me off the other day about this Fall Guy movie. He saw this article in Australia. Check this out. And Ryan Gosling is going to be in this thing from The Notebook. That's what put him on the map. So let me read this article, and here's the headline. I mean, clickbait. It's a headline. And it appears to be true. Okay, here's the headline. Ryan Gosling will call Sydney, Australia home this year as he heads down under to film the big-budget action blockbuster, The Fall Guy. And here's an article by the author D. Period. I guess it stands for David or Dwight or Dwayne. I don't know, but it's D. Lawrence, Lawrance for Daily Mail Australia. Ryan Gosling is preparing to spend some time in Sydney, Australia. The Blade Runner 2049 actor, age 41, is heading down under to film his latest big-budget action film, The Fall Guy, this year, according to the Daily Telegraph. The film is set to inject some $244 million into the Australian economy, according to the newspaper, The Daily Telegraph. The movie, based on the 1980s TV series, is about a film stuntman who moonlights as a bounty hunter when movie work is slow. The original show starred Lee Majors in the lead role of Colt Seavers. I can't wait to see this. The production will receive a $30 million grant as part of the federal government's location incentive program and is expected to shoot in Sydney, Australia and rural NSW, with an additional $15 million to be provided by the NSW government. According to the newspaper, the Daily Telegraph, The Fall Guy is to be produced by the same team that brought Julia Roberts and George Clooney to Queensland to shoot the movie Ticket to Paradise last year. Production is tipped to start in spring. Now, keep in mind, when we're celebrating Christmas, it's summer in Australia. So in our time frame, that's going to be fall. In our fall, they'll be making The Fall Guy, late summer, fall. So pretty soon. The news comes after Ryan Gosling's wife, Ava Mendes, who was in the original Ghost Rider movie from 2007, I think it was, revealed, or was it 2006? I think it was 2007, revealed during a recent talk show visit on The View, which I don't care for, that she might return to acting after a lengthy break, but only if she gets the right project, the 48-year-old actress said. And of course, Eva Mendes, Ryan Gosling's wife, was in Training Day, 2 of the Fast and Furious movies, Hitch, a lot of other things. She's very, very sexy. And in this article online, I wish you could see it. There's a cool publicity still from the classic Fall Guy showing Cassandra Peterson with Lee Majors. And Cassandra Peterson, former Penthouse pet, is otherwise known as Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. And she's still around. And she's in character in her black outfit. And also in the shot, it shows her and Lee Majors in character as Colt Seavers and a wolf. And the wolf looks like the teenage wolf from the movie I Was a Teenage Werewolf, starring Michael Landon from, I think, 1957, if memory serves. And it looks like that type of wolf mask. And that publicity shot is from a season 5 Fall Guy episode titled October the 32nd, which ABC effed up and aired in December instead of October. It was shot with the Halloween theme in mind. It was a sequel to a season 4 Fall Guy episode titled October the 31st, which actually aired on Halloween night, 1984. The network got it right that time. But in season 5, they did not. They aired it, I think, December, I'm going by memory, December 12th. I got it right here on my film shelf. I've got every episode of The Fall Guy on reel-to-reel 16mm film, and with the original music. Now, to give you some background, the good thing about this movie, there's a lot of good collateral, I won't say damage, it's a collateral benefit, where I think finally, Disney will stream The Fall Guy on Disney Plus, because Disney now owns The Fall Guy. When they bought the 20th Century Fox film and television library, they also got December 7th, 85, a day that will live on in infamy. That's when October the 32nd aired. Pearl Harbor Day, also the birthday of my good friend Rich Sidewater. But it's actually a good episode with Cassandra Peterson. Oh, so the DVDs. In America, there's 5 seasons, right? Fall Guy, the old show. They only released season 1 in 2006, and 20th Century Fox really screwed it up. For one thing, in the very first 2-hour episode, the pilot, if you will, Paul Williams was cut from the pilot, and he sang a song. He sang the Patsy Cline classic Crazy, and they cut it, I think, because of music royalties. I could understand that, but they also cut his dialogue and his scenes. He's performing that when a big fight breaks out at the Palomino Club near Los Angeles, California, in the story. And he had a funny line. He had several funny lines in that episode, and Fox cut it out. It's always about money, though. It's got to be about a contract and about money. But they also removed almost all of the pop background music songs of the time in the 80s from the 2006 season 1 Fall Guy DVD release. And they replaced those songs with like garage band generic music. It just sounded really crappy. They also released season 2 of the Fall Guy, but only in region 2, which is like in Europe. They may have released it in Japan as well. I think they did, but the point is they didn't release season 2 in America or in Canada. And the Fall Guy is very popular in Europe, in Germany, and in England, and it's aired on TV over there. But for some reason in America, it has not aired in its entirety as a 5-season series since 1997 on the FX cable channel, which now Disney owns. But they don't air that kind of programming anymore. You know, they have a lot of original stuff and movies. They play a lot of movies on the FX channel. But back in '97, they were airing all sorts of classic shows like 8 is Enough, Fall Guy, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. But man, there's a whole generation of viewers that have never heard of the Fall Guy. That since even if you count 06, forget 1997, even 06, you know, it's not really been out there. And it's a decent show. Yes, it's an 80s show like the A-Team. Yes, it's cheesy, but it's not boring. Look, I know there's a lot of highbrow shows like Law and Order that may be better written, better acted, but to me, a lot of those shows are boring. The Fall Guy was never boring. Here's another collateral benefit. The cameos in the original show, in the beginning, you had celebrity cameos. Milton Berle, from Lee's former co-star in The Big Valley, Linda Evans as herself, and they all would play themselves. They had Richard Burton as himself. He was in pretty much an entire episode in season 2. A lot of big ones that escape me at the moment, but they had a lot. Roy Rogers, that was more than a cameo. That was a full-fledged Western special. They did 2 of those in season 2 and 3. They did James Bond-themed episodes that no one's seen, and they're really good. They're very entertaining. So since Disney, I assume Disney is the one that's putting this movie out. It must be, because they own now the rights to the Fall Guy. So they're investing in a film, in a movie. Now, when I posted this story, I jumped the gun and I made a terrible assumption. I assumed that Ryan Gosling was going to play Colt Seavers, the lead character Lee Majors played in the old show. That may not be the case. He may be playing a bail jumper they're going after. He may play Doug Barr's character, Howard Munson, who is Colt's cousin. Now, he's 41. He looks younger than that, certainly Ryan Gosling, but the character of Howie in the old show was in his early to mid-20s. And, you know, he went to several different colleges. And, man, Doug Barr, I think it'd be cool if Doug Barr and Heather Thomas and Lee Majors certainly will have a cameo. I mean, that's like a shoe-in, Lord willing. But I think Doug and Heather should be in it too, and it'd be kind of cool if they played themselves, maybe as actors or a character. Either way, I'll take it. Right, I'll take it. But it'd be kind of neat if they played themselves. Doug could be like, because he just sold a winery. I mean, that's public knowledge. I don't think he'd mind me saying that. But he's a really good businessman, and he's directed, like I said, some movies for the Hallmark Channel and other things of late. So he's still in the business. Heather Thomas is she's a mother, a stepmother, a writer. She's very, very smart, and so is her family. Her family have PhDs. She's a lot brighter than you would think. I mean, she's more than just a pretty face, and she had the best body of anyone in the 80s, including Heather Locklear. I mean, she was smoking. And if you watched The Family Feud, I think it's on YouTube. It was like a charity special with Richard Dawson. When Richard Dawson kisses her, he was about to faint, and he's kissed them all, right? The Kissing Bandit. Anyway, I totally digress with this. I'm just glad they're making a movie, and I apologize. I revised my original post where I was like, oh, man, and I have good news and bad news. The good news is there's a Fall Guy movie. The bad news is Ryan Gosling as Colt Seavers. And I don't know that. It doesn't say that in the article that I just read you, and that's online. So I've got to retract that, and I'm glad I edited and revised that pretty soon after I posted it. So that's good news, man. Good on Disney doing that, greenlighting that project, for something that has not been out in syndication for a while. Now, Decades Channel has aired weekend Fall Guy marathons, but all they play are the DVD edited versions of season 1 primarily. They do play just a couple episodes of season 3, only one episode of season 2, the final episode with guest star Heather Locklear of all people. And they play none of season 5. And I noticed the episodes they do play don't have any background pop music. So I think after season 2, Fox did not take out the music and re-edit and invest and do digital stuff to take the songs out. So all that Decades could do is air episodes that did not have background pop music where royalties would need to be paid that they could air. Even though, to my knowledge, like WKRP in Cincinnati, you could play based on the laws. Maybe it's changed over the years. I'm sure it has in the age of Napster. You could play episodes of WKRP in reruns on outlets like Antenna TV with the music, but you can't have that in home video releases like DVDs. Kind of like Bosom Buddies. They had a cover of My Life by Billy Joel, and on home video they had to take that out and just play the end credits instrumental music that wasn't anything like the Billy Joel song. Anyway, I'm all over the place here. So I want to mention also, if you want to see my interview with Doug Barr from February 2022, all you have to do is go to the Nostalgic Podblast. Just search it, Google it. It's episode 94. It was a live interview from late February 2022. He's awesome. He's on the first hour and 5 minutes or so. He's great. And I hope to see him in the new movie, and I wish him all the best. Some comments, though. People like me assumed that Ryan Gosling was going to play Colt Seavers. I'm just going to read a few here. Clarissa in Sydney, Australia said 5 days ago, Ryan Gosling is not a good actor. He's acted the same in all of his roles. He got work because of his looks. And then St. John Bosom, Bossom, says, and he's in the United States of America. Oh, no, leave the Fall Guy alone. Shaking my head. And then this sounds like a phony name. Pikachu, Pica, and then the second last name Chu. Pikachu in Sydney, Australia said, Ryan Gosling looks impossibly smug in that photo. Boris Brickman in Toronto, Canada said, Ryan Gosling has natural good looks. His nose job gives Gosling a permanent snit face. Okay. Lonesome Doug in Texas said 5 days ago, I hope Gosling sings the old theme just like Lee Majors did, the unknown stuntman. Oh, shit. I meant to play a little bit. Let's play a little background. This is the opening narration that Lee Majors did in season 1 only of The Fall Guy, and it talks about the synopsis of the show. I did want to play this for the benefit of most people who have never heard of the show. And here's the theme song sung by Lee Majors. Let's just listen to this, and then we'll move on to Star Trek.
Well, I'm not the kind to kiss and tell, but I've been seen with fire up. I've never been with anything less than a 9. So fine. I've been on fire with Sally Field, gone fast with a girl named Bo, but somehow they just don't end up as mine. It's a death-defying life I lead. I take my chances. I
die for a living in the movies and TV. I did that because if you're watching on Facebook after I'm live, it may get muted. And I didn't want you just to wonder if the sound went out, if you're having technical difficulties of your own. Sometimes the bots will mute that theme song. So I want to explain that. But on YouTube, it'll be intact. And on your audio podcasts, it'll be intact. You're listening to the Nostalgic Podblast, episode 102.
die for living in the movies and TV. But the hardest thing I ever do is watch my leading ladies kiss some other guy while I'm bandaging my knee. I might fall from a tall building, I might roll a brand new car, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that made Redford such a star. I've never spent much time in school, but I taught ladies plenty. It's true, I hire my body out for pay. Hey.
So that was released as a 45 single, a longer version of that, with different lyrics, longer lyrics, like where he's bragging about having the best. He goes, they'll never make me president, but I got the best first ladies. And last time in the Nostalgic Podblast episode 101, I played the B-side of that 45 single, and it was a song Lee Majors sang, really cheesy, titled Lust in a Lady's Eyes. And I played that to myself as punishment because I screwed up his birth date, saying it was April 24th when it's really April 23rd. I relied on Wikipedia in a rush, and instead of looking at my books, and sure enough, a fan corrected me and wrote me and said, he was born on April 23rd. I'm a big fan. And she was absolutely correct.
Gotten burned over Cheryl Teague's, blown up for Raquel Welch. But when I wind up in the hay, it's only hay. Hey, hey, I might jump an open drawbridge or Tarzan from a vine, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that makes Eastwood look so fine.
Makes me sad that Markie Post is no longer with us. She sadly passed away not too long ago in 2021. Would have been nice to see her in the movie. And she played the bail bondswoman in seasons 2 through 4 of Fall Guy that Colton Howie and Jody Banks, Heather Thomas's character, took assignments from to find bail jumpers for money. He'd get paid like anywhere from $5 to $10 grand per head when he'd capture these criminals that skipped their court date. And before that, it was Joanne Flug, who was in the movie MASH, among other things, and she was Chuck Woolery's wife. Really attractive Southern lady. She was born in Atlanta, Georgia, I believe. Yeah, Atlanta, Georgia. Joanne Flug. She quit the show after the first season, and she was replaced by lovely Markie Post, who we miss from Night Court. And Markie quit Fall Guy at the end of season 4, and I don't blame her. The writers really let her down. At first, she got some good scripts and good stories where she was more part of the team, like not just a bail bondswoman, but she and Colt and Howie and Heather would go out and go to bars and stuff in some episodes and have other adventures besides capturing bail jumpers. Anyway, she left because the writing got to be where the writers just wrote a scene for her at the beginning of the episode and at the very end. But she did do some neat stuff in between. Like in season 3, she dressed up as an old lady with this makeup, trying to pretend to be the mother of a bail jumper and to convince Colt to take the case. By the way, that episode starred Robert Morse, who passed away. He was on AMC's Mad Men, among many other things. He was a stage actor, a very accomplished actor who passed away in 2022. Robert Morse. And that episode was called Rabbit's Feet in season 3 of The Fall Guys. So Oh, here's the opening quick bit by Lee, basically narrating only in season 1 what the show is about. And it's after the opening credits, after that first commercial break, you'd hear this piece.
This is the story of one of America's great unsung heroes. I mean, you've seen him, but you never knew who he was. You've cheered for him and cried for him. Women have wanted to die for him. But did he ever get any credit? Or the girl? No. He was what we call a stuntman. And the reason I'm talking so fondly about him is, well, because it's me, Colt Seavers. Anyway, picture work isn't wall-to-wall employment. So maybe you wonder how a guy keeps his head together. Well, one way is to wait by the phone. And wait. And wait. The other is to take an occasional job for the court system of the United States of America, where a man is considered innocent until proven guilty. Unfortunately, sometimes a lot of these people get out of jail on what we call bail. And they run like hell. That's where I come in. I sometimes pick up rent money trying to find them and bring them back to justice. But today I'm doing what I really like to do.
This was the opening to episode 4, which guest starred the actor Richard Kiel, who most of you will know from the James Bond movies, The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker, as Jaws with the steel teeth. And Richard Kiel's playing a prisoner in solitary confinement. And Colt and Howie go undercover to try to get information from Richard Kiel about where a lot of stolen money from a bank job is hidden. And they kind of, early on, it was hit or miss. I do like a lot of the season 1 episodes because they had a great head writer who quit after season 1 named Nick Thiel, who wrote for 8 is Enough and other shows. And he was an above average writer for the show. I don't think he wrote this one, but the episode's titled That's Right, We're Bad. And they kind of did a take on Stir Crazy for television, but it had some good original moments. But anyway, and they go undercover, and then the warden, who is hip to them being undercover, has a heart attack, and he doesn't die, but he's incapacitated. So no one knows. Like, all of the guards think that Colt and Howie are actual criminals. Anyway, so I just know the show like the back of my hand because I have no life.
Getting yanked off a motorcycle at 60 miles per hour.
Fall Guy is a Glenn Larson production.
That was William Conrad. Fall Guy is a Glenn Larson production. Otherwise known as the star of Cannon and Jake and the Fat Man. He narrated The Fugitive and the opening to Buck Rogers in the 25th Century for Glenn Larson. Anyway, some other comments about the movie. Just one more. Someone in Wretchedburg, United States, never heard of it, said, I'm still confusing Ryan Gosling with Bradley Cooper, to which La La Land replied, which one prefers men? Okay. Now, at first I was pretty negative, like I said, about Ryan Gosling being cast. Now, I can hear you now saying, Chance, would you have an open mind for Christ's sake? For goodness sake, sorry, religious folks like me, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. You haven't even seen a single scene or a trailer yet, and you're trashing it. So I retract that statement. Ryan Gosling, who knows who he's playing, right? So, yeah. Just looking forward to seeing the original unaltered Fall Guy via Disney on Disney Plus or in a home video release. And I probably shouldn't say that. My films will lose value right now. Having all the episodes on film in their original form have value. I should sell them, but I don't want to because I love the show. On big screen, on film, like 16 millimeter reel-to-reel film, when you watch a television show, it makes it more like a theatrical film. You gain picture. And I got a 65 millimeter lens. Anyway, I'm making it about me. I need to shut up. Nobody cares. They really are fun on film, these episodes, and they're great Fujicolor prints. Good, the hum went away. Item, let's move on here. I said we're going to talk about the new Star Trek show, and we will. But I got a sidetrack to this. Headline from the Washington Post. Taco Bell's Mexican pizza is back as of the end of May 2022, and fans are fired up. This is a weirdly written review by a lady named Emily Heil, Heil. Mrs. Matthews' weekend plans are set, and they revolve around discs of tortillas stacked with refried beans, ground beef, and cheese. Beef, that's questionable. It's probably people. No, I'm kidding. Soylent Green! This week, Taco Bell is bringing back its Mexican pizza after 2 years' absence from its menu. And Matthews, a hairstylist and singer in Portland, Oregon, is ready. She and a friend are going to pick up the goods at their local Taco Bell on Saturday and head home to enjoy them with margaritas and her friend's homemade tortilla soup. Quote, I told her we have to do it at her house because I have 5 kids and I don't want to share it with them, she said. I don't know why I'm doing a southern accent. Out west, I doubt that would be the case. Lauren Newton, a real estate marketing director in Panama City Beach, Florida, also has the day accounted for. On Thursday, the day that the Mexican pizzas will appear on Taco Bell's regular menu, parenthesis, the article says, they are available starting today to members of the chain's app-based reward program, on parenthesis. Thursday going to be a cheat day on the diet that she's been on for 3 months. Quote, I can usually eat 1, but my boyfriend can do like 3 or 4, she says. The Taco Bell chicken sandwich taco is the change of pace we needed. Okay. The chain has been orchestrating plenty of hype around the return of the Mexican pizza. It enlisted Dolly Parton and Doja Cat. I don't know who this is. Is this a TikToker or something, or a YouTube star? Or I know I'm old, I'm square, I'm out of touch, I'm out of the loop. I'm just going to continue with the article. Taco Bell enlisted Dolly Parton and Doja Cat for a TikTok musical called Mexican Pizza, the musical, which premieres May 26, 2022. And it's been teasing the return of the Mexican pizza for weeks on social media. But much of the excitement seems driven by fans' genuine appreciation for the cult favorite item, which was much lamented when Taco Bell took it off its menu in 2020 in a move to streamline its offerings. The move hit particularly hard as people relied on takeout amid lockdowns, quarantines, and closed restaurant dining rooms. Now, the reemergence of the Mexican pizza is being lauded with the kind of fervor reserved for the drop of a new BTS album. Though the chatter is laced with a kind of tongue-in-cheek humor. In a world darkened by war, a global pandemic, and mass shootings, and they don't say this, and inflation, hello! I've been watching The Nanny, can you tell? Could, binging that show, we'll talk about that in a second. And mass shooting, oh, they had that in there. Could a humble mashup of the two beloved staples of the Taco Bell chicken sandwich and the Mexican pizza be a faintly glimmering, fire sauce doused beacon of hope? According to its fans, why not? End of article. What a weirdly written article. Item. Wheel of Fortune is doing its first live tour this fall all across America. The long-running game show Wheel of Fortune is set to embark on its first ever live tour. The Price is Right has been doing this for years. They had Bob Goen. He used to be with Entertainment Tonight as an anchor, for instance, as the host in the Bob Barker role, or, you know, it doesn't matter. I'll talk about him later. The current host of The Price is Right, Drew Carey. But Wheel of Fortune's getting into the act. And that's a separate company. Fremantle Media, by the way, owns The Price is Right. And Sony, our Japanese friends, own Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy. But anyway, they're going to do a tour like The Price is Right's been doing for years. And they're going to bring a replica of the iconic prize Wheel of Fortune wheel to fans all across North America. Does that include Canada? When I hear North America, that includes Canada. But I think it's just the USA. Continuing with the article, as first reported by Variety, Wheel of Fortune Live will perform over 60 dates starting on September 8th, 2022, offering fans a unique opportunity to spin the wheel and solve the puzzles on the tour's puzzle board to win prizes including $10,000 cash or trips to Paris and Hawaii, among other locations. The tour is produced by Right Angle Entertainment, marking a new partnership between Sony and Right Angle Entertainment. Quote, the partnership with Right Angle presents an opportunity to expand our reach to give more people a live experience as close to being on the televised show as you can get without actually being in the studio, unquote, said Suzanne Preet via Variety, Executive Vice President, Game Shows for Sony Pictures Television. Quote, we look forward to providing this incredible local immersive experience to people who might not otherwise make it out to Los Angeles to be on the set with Pat and Vanna. By the way, I did audition a few years ago to be on Wheel of Fortune with my good friend Jeff Logan for Best Friends. We should have auditioned separately because they only do like a Best Friends week like once per season, and I don't think they've done it in a couple years, not since the pandemic. If we had individually auditioned, I think it would have increased our chances. Then again, I pretty much botched the written tests. We did well playing together. We played solving the puzzle. They actually had a replica wheel. It's a smaller wheel, but a wheel when we auditioned in Atlanta. And then they have the leaderboard. There's actually, what you don't see when you watch Wheel of Fortune, you can see what letters have been called. And, you know, it's important to know that so you don't call on a letter that's already been called and waste your turn. Anyway, and the casting directors are really, really nice people, but I think I screwed up the written portion. You have to be able to solve puzzles. They don't want to cast someone that's just going to be like a deer in headlights, you know, like a Cindy Brady moment on the Brady Bunch. And when she saw the red light of the camera, she just froze. Anyway, Wheel of Fortune, did you know this? It launched in 1975, long before Pat and Vanna hosted. Chuck Woolery was the original host of Wheel of Fortune. And Susan Stafford turned the letters before Vanna White. And it was on NBC Daytime back in 1975 when it debuted. Wheel of Fortune is one of the longest-running syndicated game shows in U.S. television history. It's been hosted by Pat Sajak with Vanna White since late 1982. The show is currently in its 39th season, so when this tour kicks off, it'll be in its 40th season in the fall of 2022. The popular series also led to the primetime ABC, owned by Disney, spin-off Celebrity Wheel of Fortune in primetime. Quote, partnering with Sony to take America's game on the road for the first time is an honor for Right Angle Entertainment, said Justin Suds, Right Angle Entertainment's co-founder. Quote, this game has a fan base that spans generations, and we can't wait to bring it to theaters across North America, meaning not theaters like movie theaters, but like Fox Theater, which is where it'll be in Atlanta, incidentally, on September 20th, my dad's birthday at 10 a.m. I don't know how much tickets are. I'm going to look into it. Probably not cheap. It's probably like going to a concert, but you know, that remains to be seen. Anyway, we can't wait to bring it to theaters across North America, giving fans the chance, like my name, Chance Bartels, no, I'm just kidding, to live the dream of spinning the wheel and winning big live on stage, unquote. The tour kicks off in Owensboro, Kentucky, with pre-sale tickets on sale May 17th, 2022 at 12 p.m. Pacific time, California time, 9 a.m. Atlanta Eastern time, 10 a.m. and Central Mountain time, and the general sale on May 20th at 10 a.m. local time. That means Pacific time, so 10, 11, 1 o'clock our time, and noon in Central and Mountain time in St. Louis and in Nashville, for instance. For tickets and more information, including a full list of locations, visit www.wheeloffortunelive.com. I don't know why they say www anymore. That's a given. Let's just say wheeloffortunelive.com. That's where I went to see when it was going to be in Atlanta, and I learned it was September 20th. Hosts for the tour version of Wheel of Fortune are expected to be announced in the coming weeks. Excuse me. So I'm looking forward to maybe checking it out at the Fox Theater on September 20th when it's in Atlanta. Now, will you spin and win if Wheel of Fortune comes to your town? I think it'd be a lot of fun. Item. Got to talk about now. A really cool magazine that I want to promote, and I am promoting, Remind magazine. It's mailed right to your door, just like the old school subscription, except this is written on an adult level. Let me explain. And there's a very special deal. If you're here listening or watching the Nostalgic Podblast, chances are you like nostalgia. Well, this monthly magazine, Remind Magazine, I did it again. Forgive me, folks. Remind. There's a monthly magazine I want to tell you about called Remind Magazine, which is located, that's why I stopped it the first time. I'm messing this up. Excuse my language. I'm going to start from the top. If you're here on the Nostalgic Podblast, chances are you like nostalgia. Well, there's a monthly magazine I want to tell you about called Remind Magazine, which is loaded with interesting articles, games, full color photos, interviews with your favorite stars, creators, and personalities, and lots more. Remind Magazine offers fresh takes on popular entertainment from days gone by. Each issue has dozens of brain-teasing puzzles, trivia quizzes, classic comics, and monthly themed features from the 1950s through the 1990s. Just in our wheelhouse, folks. And the best part is, as I said, it comes to you in the mail, old school, each and every month. Just like the good old days when you're a kid and you'd wait for your favorite magazine to arrive. Maybe now you still subscribe to Sports Illustrated. I know print, I'm just glad they're around because print has had issues. It's struggling in the digital age. I really like this magazine. I read it every month. I'm a subscriber, and it's good. And it's not a dumb magazine. I didn't mean when I mentioned the analogy of Dynamite magazine. Those are kids magazines. This isn't written for kids. It touches on your inner child, which is cool. But it's written on a college level. Just saying. These are good articles, and this will be your new favorite magazine. Trust me. Your entire family will dig it. And right now, there's a limited time offer where you can receive Remind Magazine for just $1 per issue. And that's just $12 for an entire year. What can you buy for $1 anymore? Even the dollar stores are raising their prices and changing the names of their very stores as inflation continues to rise. But it's not rising to subscribe to Remind Magazine. Their regular discounted price is $2 per issue, and still that's a good deal at $24 a year. That's very reasonable, but $1 a month? That's an extremely hot deal. But act fast because this offer really expires soon. It really does. And here's how you can subscribe. Give it as a birthday gift, a retirement gift. Give it to someone you care about, someone special. And they'll think you spent $50, but really you just spent 12. And they'll look forward to it and think of you when they get it in the mail each and every month. Just go to remindmagazine.com. That's remindmagazine.com. Or grab a pen real quick if you want to call old school and talk to a friendly operator. You can call toll free 855-773-6463. That's 855-773-6463. And you can order right there over the telephone with a Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover on their secure order line or on their secure order page on their website. Again, the number to call, if you'd rather call, is 855-773-6463, and an order specialist will assist you in processing your Remind subscription order. And please mention the Nostalgic Podblast when you order. All right, well, let's continue on with this 102nd edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. And let's talk about some May music history. One of my favorite bands is The Who. And 53 years ago, back on Saturday, May 17th, 1969, The Who released the classic album Tommy in the USA. I remember back in 89 here in Atlanta at the Lakewood Fairground Amphitheater, the old outdoor fairgrounds, I saw that tour. And of course, they said it was their last tour. The Who is notorious for claiming this is the last tour. And Pete Townsend on guitar. Oh, it was just amazing. Great tour. And I found out that someone I met through a radio station in town, Scooter Park, he was at the same show. He goes by Scooter Parker. His real first name I learned is the same as my brother-in-law. I won't reveal. I won't spoil his disguise. But anyway, he was at the same, he's a little bit younger than me. He was at that same concert in 89. That blew my mind. I'm going to play a little bit of that 1989 tour. This is not from Atlanta, but what an overture. I love the overture of Tommy. And I'm a big pinball fan, love Pinball Wizard. I mean, it's just, that's just a hell of a big double album. Let me play a little bit of the overture. I can't play a lot because of obvious reasons. I don't want to infringe on any copyright or anything like that, but usually live performances are okay. And I try to, well, I don't want to give away all my secrets. Let me just play a little bit of just the overture of the 1989 tour, The Who performing Tommy. Let's see if I can get this dough for you right fast, quick here. And then we're finally going to talk about the new Star Trek show. But check out this beautiful music, this orchestra. This is amazing. Just amazing. It's one of my favorite albums. Tommy, The Who. And of course, Pete Townshend's had issues. Pete Townshend has had a lot of personal issues we won't get into now that are out there, to say the least. But let's just... Sometimes my filter doesn't kick in. I shouldn't even said nothing. Should have, but I want to at least acknowledge it. Yeah. What a jam. Yeah. I can't play much of this, folks, and I'm trying to talk over it a little bit to fool the robots, the bots that are trying to seek and destroy my show. Like a heat-seeking missile. Yeah. All right, I think that's about all I can get away with right now, because I will get shut down. I mean, the Who, that's big. Love that horn section. Anyway, you know the song. I'm gonna stop. Play it safe. I don't know why I'm talking like Red Fox all of a sudden. Other May music news. And this pissed some people off online when I posted this. This is stuff I write. You know, I post. If you go to the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, you'll see a lot of posts. I think people like the posts certainly more than this show, but hopefully some tune in to Facebook. It's definitely a small percentage. But same with the Retro-Z show. I think, you know, he has the same issue. He has like 30-some thousand people on his face. And that's a great page he runs, by the way. And he has a blog and a website, Retro-Z. Look it up. He's a great guy, Curtis. But getting back to music news, when I wrote this pissed off some fans of Tiny Tim. Decades before Marilyn Manson, there was this cat in the late 1960s named Tiny Tim. And he resembled not just Marilyn Manson, and I thought he looked similar to Marilyn Manson. That's what pissed people off when I made that analogy. He kind of looked like a member of the Charles Manson family. But I digress. On Saturday, May 18th, 1968, Tiny Tim released a 45 single record of Tiptoe Through the Tulips. Originally, that song was a #1 hit for an artist named Nick Lucas way back in 1929. But on the NBC hit hour-long comedy show Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In, he performed it. This was his second appearance on Laugh-In back on Monday, February 5th, 1968 on NBC TV. And you can hear how he did have a wide range and a command of his voice in his octaves. But the whole comedy bit was Dick Martin, his facial expressions as the song's playing. That was part of the shtick and the bit. So anyway, I'm going to play just a little bit. And he's playing a ukulele, by the way, Tiny Tim. And he pulls it out of a case, and to the dismay of Dick Martin. Let's listen.
Oh, there it is again.
The ukulele.
Oh, look at it just slide out of there. So nice. I leave you to it. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. And a one and a two.
a scary dude. He looked like a vampire. Can't take it anymore. It's kind of visual anyway, but you can hear his unusual voice. And Tiny Tim was married that same year in 1968 on The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson. By the way, recently, can't believe how time is flying. It was the 30th anniversary of the last Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson on May 22nd, 1992. Wow, that was 30 years ago when Johnny signed off. God bless Johnny Carson. I'm going to play a clip of him later in the show. But we've already featured a lot of material from that very last Johnny Carson Tonight Show in previous Podblasts, which I'll reference later. Anyway, other music news. Back on Thursday, May 22nd, 1980, in New York, 5 gold records that belonged to the late Jimi Hendrix were stolen from the Electric Ladyland studios. But here's the follow-up to that back in 1986. Headline, Stolen Gold Records Replaced. Dateline, Saturday, February 22nd, 1986. Associated Press article, the AP. Burbank, California, 7 gold records honoring sales of albums by the late rock star Jimi Hendrix were replaced after the 1980 robbery by Hendrix's record company after they were stolen from his father's home. Quote, "It's a great party," unquote, Al Hendrix said of the presentation Friday at Warner Brothers Records headquarters. The 30 guests included Mo Ostin, Warner Brothers Records chairman, who signed Jimi Hendrix to the label way back in 1967. At that time, about 19 years later. Hendrix said his Seattle, Washington home was burglarized November 4th. Okay, it said New York in the other article in 1980. So, some conflicting information. Forgive me for not clarifying. Let me just read this article from the AP. Hendrix said his Seattle home was burglarized November 4th, and the thieves apparently noticed the gold records because they came back for them 2 weeks later. He also said he was moved by the record company's offer to replace them. Each of the 7 gold records represents 500,000 albums sold. After they were stolen November 18th, the family appealed to anyone who came across the records to notify authorities. Man, I'm sorry about that hum, folks. Okay. Quote, "They're not really gold, only records painted gold," Hendrix said in November. And he said, quote, "It's sentimental value more than anything," unquote. The flamboyant guitarist, Jimi Hendrix, considered one of the instrument's pioneers. Yes, he was. Oh my gosh. Him and Brian May, they're just, oh man. Thank goodness Brian May's still with us, knock on wood. But as everyone knows, Jimi Hendrix unfortunately died of a drug overdose on September 18th, 1970 in London when he was 28 years old. The Seattle native is buried in the Washington town of Renton. Ostin recalled that other record company executives congratulated him on acquiring Hendrix after he signed the entertainer at the 1967 Monterey Pop Music Festival. Quote, "You might say he made the right decision," unquote, said spokesman Bob Merlis. Quote, "He's risen in the ranks," unquote. The gold records were for his albums Axis Bold as Love, Smash Hits, The Cry of Love, Are You Experienced, Crash Landing, Jimi Hendrix and Otis Redding at Monterey, and the double album Electric Ladyland. Excuse me. Some of the records were presented to Hendrix during his lifetime, Merlis said. Although Jimi Hendrix died in 1970, the company has re-signed him through his estate every 5 years, Merlis said, adding that the records always have been steady sellers. The publisher of Guitar Player magazine has offered $2,500 in reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the thieves. That seems low, even for 1986, but that was the reward they offered. And we're moving on here. Item. This set a record. This painting sold for a record amount of money. We're talking over $15 million. And it's associated with a classic television show and an album cover. Let me play a classic TV theme. This is a Norman Lear hit sitcom from the 70s. And it was a spin-off of the show
From
Mob.
Television City in Hollywood. Temporary layoffs.
Easy credit rip-offs. Good times. Scratching and surviving. Good times.
I don't know what she's saying.
Good times. Ain't we lucky we got 'em. Good times.
I ain't trying to be obnoxious, folks. I have to do that. I just have to talk over the bots. They're trying to get me. So anyway, remember the painting that they showed? I think it started in 1976, even though that show started, I believe, in 1974. Yes, 1974. I know that. It showed a painting that ostensibly was painted, not in reality, but on the show by Little Michael, who was an aspiring artist. And it showed a party scene. Folks dancing, having a great time. And it was featured on the show. It's a spinoff, by the way, Good Times. Here's my notes. It aired on CBS from February 8th, 1974 until August 1st, August 1st, 1979, which is a rerun in prime time on CBS. It lasted for 6 seasons, which was 127 half-hour episodes and 3 one-hour episodes. Well, that artwork, that's the piece I just told you about that sold for over $15 million. That's $15 million. Dynamite! Man, fantastic. I'm going to play a little more of the end theme to Good Times just because I like this theme song. Here's where they'd be showing the painting, right? And subway trains and stuff.
Just looking out of the window, watching the asphalt road, thinking how it all looks when we die. Yeah. Good times, keeping your head above water.
Bum, 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 bum.
Making a way when you can.
Temporary layoffs. Good Times is recorded on tape before a live audience. Ain't we lucky we got 'em?
Bum, 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 bum. Folks, I'm partying with it. I'm not laughing at it. There's a difference. So, headline, this is from artnews.com. Record-setting Ernie Barnes painting steals the spotlight at Christie's $831 million evening sale auction. That painting is called The Sugar Shack, and it was painted by a former professional football player named Ernie Barnes. According to Barnes, he created the original version of The Sugar Shack after reflecting upon his childhood, during which he was not able to go to a dance, quote unquote. The scene that burned into the teenager's mind that very day would become the Sugar Shack painting. This 1976 painting, known for its appearance first on the Marvin Gaye album, the album cover, and then accompanying the closing credits starting in 1976 to the 1970s TV show Good Times. Yeah, because it would show like subways. It would show like the Chicago, like second unit shots of the city of Chicago before they would show the painting, before they switched to that. So at auction, Barnes's 1976 dance hall scene, it came up at auction, that Sugar Shack painting. And the album cover of Marvin Gaye's album, the album, by the way, I didn't mention this, was titled I Want You. That's the Marvin Gaye album that piece of art was featured on. The bidding frenzy began as soon as that painting went up for auction. And now, in 2019, previously, the California African American Museum, CAM, C-A-A-M, mounted a Barnes survey, and ever since, there's been renewed interest in his artwork. After a heated bidding war spar between a New York phone bidder and another determined bidder in the room, the work's hammer price, meaning sold, climbed to an unforeseen height, eliciting awe from the crowd. Eventually, the canvas hammered at a staggering $13 million, a factor of 80 times its $150,000 low estimate, with a final price of $15.3 million. Now, that's 76 times its high-end estimate value. Last November, a similar piece from Barnes titled Ballroom Soul was sold at Christie's auction house from the collection of Danny and Donna Arnold for $550,000. And that was a record price until Perkins, that's the man's name, Perkins, P-E-R-K-I-N-S, Perkins Purchase, a spokeswoman for Christie, said. The estimated going price was $80,000 to $120,000. You talk about some good times. $15.3 million? Wow. Whew. Now, we got to get serious again. Before I cover the usual nostalgic features and before I review episodes 2 and 3 of the brand new Star Trek Paramount Plus series, Strange New Worlds, man, we got a lot to talk about that. Actually, I should have done that first after Star Wars, but I wanted to space out the geek talk. We've got to get serious. Let's just pause for a moment and remember just one talent who passed away in May 2022. This is a bit of old news. Others have covered it. He's been gone since May 8th, but it wasn't reported until days later. Let me get some music going. We're talking about Fred Ward, who passed away, sadly. And hadn't seen much of his work lately because he did projects in areas that I usually don't look at, but let's get serious, for real. That made Fred Ward seem more akin to Humphrey Bogart or John Garfield. Now, here's the part I don't like that this author interjected in parenthesis, although not quite with those actors' level of charisma. Why did he have to jab him like that? The man just died. Anyway, continuing with the article. He appeared to be the sort of fellow who hailed from the south side of Chicago or Hell's Kitchen, but he was actually from San Diego, California. Fred Ward most recently appeared in the second season of HBO's True Detective as Eddie, the retired cop father of Colin Farrell's Detective Ray Velcoro. Fred Ward had a recurring role on NBC's ER, and he also guested on shows such as Grey's Anatomy, Leverage, and United States of Terror. Fred Ward played President Reagan in the 2009 Cold War espionage thriller titled Farewell, directed by Christian Carrion, and had a supporting role in the 2013 action Two Guns, starring Denzel Washington and Mark Wahlberg. In Don Siegel's Escape from Alcatraz in 1979, Ward and Jack Thibault played convict brothers who are partnered with Clint Eastwood's Frank Morris character in engineering the clever, daring escape from the Rock. By the way, the bodies of the three men were never found, so it's unclear whether they truly escaped or whether they simply drowned in the San Francisco Bay. Escape from Alcatraz was vastly more interested in the mechanics of the escape than in developing the three prisoners as characters. Again, another dig by this dick who wrote this. I didn't even want to say his damn name. What a dick. You gotta take a stab at the movie, you asshole. Excuse my language, folks. Oh, what a dummy. Anyway, Fred Ward, I'm not even going to read any more of this because I don't like the way this is written. It's badly written. It's got these little jabs in there. The man just friggin' died. I mean, just... Ward also played... I don't want to say this word. Let's just say a bad guy intent on blowing up the Academy Awards in Naked Gun 33 1/3, The Final Insult in 1994. But now the movie I like that he did was a science fiction movie. I think Steven Spielberg owes a lot to it, actually. It's called Time Rider, and it was released in late 1982, in December 82, and it was a science fiction Western. And Fred Ward played a guy on a dirt bike riding in the desert, and he stumbles across an experiment, a time travel experiment, and he winds up going back to the Old West. Kind of reminded me of Back to the Future 3, directed by Robert Zemeckis. Steven Spielberg did not direct the Back to the Future movies. Robert Zemeckis did. He went on to direct Forrest Gump and other projects. Like he did Who Framed Roger Rabbit in 89 before Back to the Future 3, which was released in 1990. It was filmed at the same time as Back to the Future 2. They filmed them at the same time like they did Superman 1 and 2, Richard Donner. God rest his soul. Let me play a little clip from... Time Rider. It's a forgotten classic, and I'll tell you one little weird anecdote about that movie. When they released it on DVD the first time, there's a scene where one of the bad guys gets his shins cut off by a helicopter blade. The good guys go through the time portal, go back to the Old West in a helicopter, and it slices this guy's shins off. Well, for some reason on the DVD that was cut out. I mean, home video is uncensored, right? I suspect it's because it was a European release, and in Europe, they have big-time problems with violence. They don't care about nudity. Look at Benny Hill showing TNA on basic television, but they sure as hell don't like violence. I think, just a guess, that's probably the reason behind that. But then after that, it was restored with the violence in there. Let's listen to the original preview trailer to Time Rider. It's a decent movie, as I recall, starring the late great Fred Ward.
His name is Lyle Swan. He's racing against the clock.
Stand by for automatic.
In more ways than one.
Perimeter violation. Sector 4. Terry, is that for real?
Because this ride, instead of taking him 1,000 miles forward, will take him 105 years backward.
Dr. Savage, wheel it. Sector 2. Perimeter violations. Abort. Send back.
Time Rider, The Adventure of Lyle Swan.
That's the full title.
Right, sir. He stepped out around 1875.
Man, am I glad to see you.
He just happened to be in the right place.
Okay, what's going on? This is a bit visual. He's in his motorcycle at night, and he's in the Old West. He doesn't know he's gone back in time, and you see this old guy with a beard. He looks like a homeless person. He's in shock looking at that motorcycle, and he thinks he's a space alien. Kind of reminds me of that scene in Back to the Future. I'm from the planet Vulcan, where they trick Crispin Glover's character, who played Michael J. Fox's character's dad. Anyway, you know the scene I'm talking about.
Long time.
But this is before that.
I'm wondering if maybe you could show me on this map here where
Back to the Future came out in 85. This came out in late 82. Enough said.
where I am.
And fate.
The old man falls down, has a heart attack.
Of the past.
Where you going?
Only trouble was, he didn't know it.
Oh, what was that? Where'd it go? I don't know.
Hey, what the hell's happening here, huh? He didn't understand the people.
Hey, why are those guys shooting at me like that?
And they didn't understand him.
Where'd these come from? Tinker toys mostly. See, I hang with technoid types. We party.
He pulls out one of those glow-in-the-dark sticks like they'd have at Six Flags or a theme park. You remember? You'd crack it and you would freeze it to keep it glowing. And he pulls out one of those green sticks. Anyway, a bit visual there.
Take off your clothes.
Well, what? Almost everything.
You heard me, Mr. Swan.
Time Rider, The Adventure of Lyle Swan.
General Lee had that machine. We won the war.
the past-present fantasy of a desert racer, a beautiful gunslinger,
Where are you from, my friend?
Canoga Park, L.A.
a renegade priest,
Beautiful, senor. Where did you get this, man?
Got it at an Exxon station.
and assorted bad guys.
Jumped up and down on it. Up and down. Kicked it.
Time Rider, the adventure of Lyle Swan, an off-road racer who's way, way off the road.
I haven't seen that movie since I was 12 years old, so I am remembering it with a child's mind's eye, but it sure was good at the time. I bet I'd still like it, but it's kind of rare to find these days. Also in the cast was a character actor, and if you look this guy up, Jesus, Lord in heaven, he's been in so much stuff. He was Frog in Best of the West. I know a very few of you will know who I'm talking about there with that character. It only lasted one season. It was an early 80s Western, sitcom. Tracy Walter is the actor's name. Tracey, and he played one of the villains in the Old West in Time Rider, and he's done so much stuff. God, let me see if he's still around as we're alive here. I'm looking at his list of credits. Last thing he did was in 2016. I hope he's not deceased. No, he's still alive. He was born in Jersey City, New Jersey, November 25th, 1947. You'd know the face. He's been in Raggedy Man back in the 80s. He did all sorts of movies. He's up there with someone we're going to talk about who celebrated a birthday who passed away. Scatman Crothers. I loved this guy. He was an actor, singer, but I'm getting ahead of myself. He was one of those types who just was in everything, Tracy Walter. But rest in peace, Mr. Fred Ward. I really enjoyed his acting. Item. Finally, we're getting to Star Trek Strange New Worlds. As we talked about last time, in May 2022, Paramount Plus started releasing weekly all-new episodes of its new streaming series, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, every Thursday. And apparently there's going to be 10 episodes in its first season, and it looks like it's slated already for a second season. I was hoping there was more than that, but we'll take 10, right? It's better than 6, like a lot of and even less than that in some cases, some of these streaming shows. And before I get there, well, no, I'm not gonna jump all over the place. That's unprofessional. All right. Now, I told you last time in the Nostalgic Podblast 101 that I half loved the first episode of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Won't go into why. I already talked all about that. But since then, I got up to speed and up to date, and I screened the second and third episodes, and I loved them. I've got to tell you, this show is getting better and better each week. But as I've said tonight several times, there were some big mistakes and goofs that I must address, but it was, I would say, 85% good on each of them. Should I play another trailer? I played this last time. I guess I'll play some audio of a couple scenes from Star Trek Strange New Worlds. I highly recommend it. And what this is it's the story of the Enterprise before Captain Kirk. It's 13 years before Captain Kirk took command. It's the same ship, and Spock is there. Obviously, he's a different actor because Leonard Nimoy is deceased. But I like the guy that's playing the new Spock. Let me play a couple scenes from Strange New Worlds. And the captain this time is Captain Christopher Pike, in charge of the Enterprise. This is just a minute long. A little bit of deja vu if you were tuning in last time. I know nobody listens to everything I say. But anyway, let me shut up.
Chris. I need you back, Captain.
No matter how many stars there are in the sky, no matter how many galaxies swirl beyond our own, no matter what the mathematical probabilities or the number of times we say, we are not alone in the universe. Our first visit from the stars is always the province of children's stories and science fiction. Until one day, it isn't.
It's really good. God, I'm trying to get a visual aid. Okay. By the way, the classic Star Trek The Motion Picture was in cinemas recently as part of the Fathom events, usually with AMC theaters. I think it's exclusively with AMC theaters, and they finally released, for the first time ever, the director's cut of Star Trek The Motion Picture. I didn't go. I've seen it, but they finished some of the effects. They improved it. I know it's worth going to see, and maybe I will, because there's still, as I'm live, there's still another couple showings. It started, I think, on Sunday, but anyway, it's in theaters. But it's the boring one. It's the first one, Star Trek: The Motion Picture with V'ger, and it's good, and I like the music, but it's got really cool moments, like when a transporter malfunction injures a couple people. Really horrifying, actually. Sorak, I think his name, a Vulcan and a human, and it's a really disturbing scene with the audio. And originally, that movie, Star Trek: The Motion Picture, you can see an image of it on camera, was rated G, believe it or not. And I remember they played a bit of music before the actual opening credits. There was like a little preamble, which was on the laser disc and the old original VHS tape. And supposedly they restored that for this director's cut. And it's just like a minute worth of music. Who cares, right? But a purist like me does care. But I know you, as a listener, probably don't give a crap. Anyway. Now, as I said last time in Podblast 101, I suggest that if you have Paramount Plus, watch the original Star Trek from the 60s, two-part episode, The Menagerie, from season 1 of the original Star Trek, before you start watching this show, if you've never seen it. And here's why. It's because in the first episode, what winds up happening, this isn't a spoiler, but I guess it is if you don't know Star Trek. You don't really need to know anything about this show. That's what I like. It's a prequel, 13 years before Kirk, as I said. But what happens is Captain Pike is injured down the line, years after this. And a strange thing in the very first episode that I didn't like is he sees what I call a future flash, the opposite of a flashback. He sees his future. And I didn't like that. It didn't make sense why he would do that. And he sees himself as a cripple. Unfortunately, in a heroic act of saving children, he's hit with these deltoid rays, I think they're called, resulting in him becoming a paraplegic, confined to a wheelchair, and his face is badly burned. It's such a long story of why they did that. It's because Jeffrey Hunter, the original actor who played Captain Pike back in the 60s, wasn't available, so they got a look-alike actor to look like him, but he didn't look enough like Jeffrey Hunter, so they had to deform his face with makeup to disguise his appearance. Anyway, and they made him an invalid, where he can only answer yes or no questions with a flashing light in the chest of his wheelchair, like the robot in Lost in Space with that orange light, except this is round and he goes beep, beep. Anyway, you just need to watch The Menagerie Parts 1 and 2, which uses footage of the original 1964 Star Trek pilot titled The Cage. Anyway, enough said. Let's get on to the new episodes now, because I've already talked about all this. Just setting it up for those that weren't listening last time. I'm sure most of you weren't. Let's talk about Star Trek Strange New Worlds Episode 2. It's titled Children of the Comet. In this story, the U.S.S. Enterprise is tracking a comet or a meteor or an asteroid. They call it a comet, but it's more like a meteor. It's on a collision course with a planet inhabited by intelligent alien life. They're very strange looking, but they're very benevolent, peaceful aliens. Now, there's something that the Starfleet Command United Federation of Planets has in place called the Prime Directive, which states that they can't interfere with the culture or the natural development and evolution of an alien world in terms of their industrial and technological knowledge or development. However, they can do things like cut the power of a building on a planet for a few seconds to gain time in a critical moment, or they could use their photon torpedoes and phaser lasers to help avert disaster. And that's exactly what they do in this story, or at least they try to at the very beginning of Episode 2 of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. But when they fire their photon torpedoes onto the comet, meteor, asteroid, whatever it is, they discover that the object has shields, which is unusual, as if it's like a ship and not an actual piece of space debris or a piece of a planet. a chunk of a planet that's on collision course. And they did determine if it did hit that planet, it would wipe out all intelligent life. So now they have a dilemma. They're like, why does this thing have shields? And they don't know how they're going to alter the trajectory of the meteor asteroid. They call it comet, whatever it is. Now, soon after they fire those missiles, Spock and Samuel Kirk, Captain Kirk's brother, he was the surprise at the end of the first episode. You know, you hear Captain Kirk report to the bridge, and you think it's going to be Captain James T. Kirk. No, it's his brother Samuel, who was introduced in episode 29, the last season 1 episode of the old show, but he dies in that episode. He's dead. Anyway, soon after they attempt to destroy that object heading for the alien planet, we meet the commander of another spaceship, and he's fish-faced. You fish-eyed fool! You ugly spasm! That's my Aunt Esther Sanford and the Wanda Page impression for you there. But we do encounter like a fish-eyed looking alien, and he's a member of an alien race called the Shepherds, who warns them not to interfere with their religious ritual and to let that object hit the planet. And if they do interfere, they will be destroyed. Now, to old school classic sci-fi fans who might be listening, to give you a visual of what this alien looks like, the alien looks like the aliens in the classic black and white Outer Limits season 1 episode titled The Chameleon, which guest starred Robert Duvall back in late 1963, is when it was filmed, aired in 64, as a human CIA operative who undergoes radical plastic surgery to infiltrate aliens that have landed on Earth. Anyway, back to Trek. That's what this dude looks like. I think it was a homage to the Outer Limits. But back to this story. The conflict between this alien and Captain Pike escalates when the alien learns that Spock, Kirk's brother Sam, and another female executive officer from the bridge beam to the surface of the meteor, comet, asteroid, whatever it is. And so he opens fire in the Enterprise. Now they have shields, but the shields are buckling, and it sounds kind of like you've seen it all before in Star Trek. It's another space battle, but there's more to it. Trust me. Now, will the collision take place, which would result in the death of every living creature on that alien world? Will the Enterprise be destroyed? Well, obviously not, since it's a prequel 13 years before Kirk's time as captain of the U.S.S. Enterprise that he later blows up. Kirk does in the third motion picture, The Search for Spock, released in 84. He destroyed the Enterprise. But getting back to this, I want to say also, there's no comparison between the Star Trek movies of the late 70s and early 80s and the original Star Wars trilogy. Star Wars kicked Trek's ass, either way you look at it, at the movies, but I did like both series. Just had to add that. But that's really all I want to reveal about this episode's plot. That's the conflict. You have this alien commander saying, don't interfere, and you have a world that's about to be destroyed, and they're in the middle. Now I want to talk about my minor gripes. Gripe 1. All right, Spock, as most of you know, is supposed to be unemotional, as are all Vulcans. Well, in this episode, Spock laughs. Now, this character of Spock is a Vulcan. I'm just going to give you some background on who Spock is. And the Vulcans are an intelligent race of beings with strength far greater than human beings who age slower than humans do. They have green blood and a different internal organ structure. And they almost killed each other off in their primitive years with war, rage, aggression, and passion. So, there was a great Vulcan who's revered named Surak, who was their founding father in terms of shedding all emotion and engaging in total logic so that there's no temptation to fight in wars fueled by emotion ever again. Now, in countless books, episodes, movies, and the entire Trek lore and universe, everyone knows that Vulcans are supposed to be unemotional. Vulcans find emotion to be repulsive and totally against their basic structure as a race. But Spock is half human, with a human mother, but he has a straight-up Vulcan father. So he struggles at times in a schizophrenic way with his emotional drives. Now that I've explained all that to you about the characterizations of Vulcans and Spock, perhaps you understand why I was miffed when Spock laughs in a communication with the bridge to Captain Pike from the surface of the meteorite asteroid comet, where he says this illogical line. When he's laughing, he then says, sometimes things go so badly, you just have to laugh. And I thought, what? That goes completely against the characterization of this character. I mean, this is pretty random. you'd have to be a pretty hardcore Trekker or Trekkie, whatever you want to call yourself, a fan of Star Trek to know this. But in the original Star Trek pilot, The Cage, filmed in late '64, I mentioned, we do see Spock smile a little bit and giggle while he's touching a shaking planet, a shaking plant. And then also in the second pilot, the first one with William Shatner as Kirk, from 1965, titled Where No Man's Gone Before, I think he smiles in that one. It's titled Where No Man's Gone Before. Now, all of this is streaming on Paramount Plus, so maybe that's what the writer of this new show is going for. Spock hasn't made the transition to total logic, which, by the way, he does in the beginning of Star Trek The Motion Picture, the ritual where he's shedding all trace. He's about to shed all trace of emotion, but he doesn't go through with it. He rejects the ceremony towards the end of the ceremony and decides to keep a little bit of his human half intact in his psyche. Anyway, so I thought that was weird. Now, let's talk about the good aspects of the second episode of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. The set of the bridge looks stupendous with an absolutely glorious set design. Again, like my gripe about episode 1, when I talk about the look of the shuttlecraft, the technology in this prequel looks more advanced than the later Enterprise, but let's get real here. That's because this new Trek series was produced in 2021 and 2022, not 1964 to 1969. That's why. It just looks fantastic. The set and the blinking lights, the main view screen on the bridge is wider. We really get a good shot of it in the second episode. It's wider. The bridge navigator console on the Enterprise is state of the art. It's colorful with blinking lights galore. It's just killer. It looks great. More good stuff. I do like that they did this. Uhura is in this as a younger version, as a cadet and an officer. She winds up, of course, becoming the communications officer in the Kirk years of Star Trek. But this is what I like. She hums in this episode, or she sings. Let me explain. In this second episode of Star Trek Strange New Worlds, Children of the Comet is the title. It's consistent with the character that was depicted in the original series by actress Nichelle Nichols, where she would sing in certain episodes of Star Trek. And I was wondering if in this new show, the creators would know to have their casting directors and casting people select an actress who could also sing. And they did, so bravo. I'm glad that they were consistent with the characterization of Uhura, which means freedom in Swahili, the African language. And also we learned, I'd never heard this, that Uhura can speak 37 different languages. I thought that was cool. Now, more good. The special effects are dazzling, as you would expect. They did it right. They got the look of the Enterprise just right. In terms of the outside of the ship. Now I'm going to hold up another visual aid. This is a model of the Enterprise I built when I was 16 years of age. Let me explain. There were two long objects. If you've seen what the Enterprise looks like, if you're listening to the show and not seeing this, there's two long tubes, right? And then a big disc in the front and a cylindrical object at the bottom. It's kind of it's kind of an awkward looking ship. It's not very aerodynamic in its design. It's just, the 60s, right? Well, if you look at the ship, there's these round objects which were added later in the Kirk years. After the two pilots, The Cage and Where No Man's Gone Before, back in the 60s, they didn't have that. They had like a grill-looking thing at the edge of these two cylindrical objects they call nacelles. And so what I like is in this new show, they got that right. It looks like it did in The Cage. So that's another plus. I like that consistency. Let me show you some of this model, those are watching on camera, that I built. I painted it. It's amazing that I haven't wrecked it or destroyed it, but it's a pretty cool looking model of the U.S.S. Enterprise that I built back when I was 16. And it's this kit. I have a sealed version of it. It's by AMT Model Kits. I'm going to put this up before the camera as I continue here. I don't want to bore the audio listeners that are not watching. So, I'm glad they got the ship looking right. It was consistent with the earlier design of the Enterprise. It looks just like it would 13 years prior if it were real. Let's see here. Here's my other gripe about the second episode. When this is really weird. When the alien commander of the alien race, the Shepherds, as he identifies himself as being, he's of the race, the Shepherds, when he's about to fire his weapons on the Enterprise, I swear, I was sitting there in my lazy boy recliner, and I am lazy, and I said to myself, like a crazy person out loud, I did, under my breath, I said, man, he's going to blow them out of the sky. I mean, stars, as it were, because they're in outer space, right? Well, I kid you not 10 seconds or so later in the actual episode, the female navigator character on the bridge says aloud in the show, they're going to blow us out of the sky. And I thought, sky? Just like I said to myself, sky? It's the 23rd century in deep space. What sky? It's remarkable that a script supervisor, executive producer, a Paramount exec, writer, someone did not catch that mistake and correct that line with a dub instead of sky, stars. They're going to blow us out of the stars instead of sky, as in they'll blow us out of the stars. Anyway, that's a little nitpick, but a valid one. I thought that was weird because that would have been an old expression if it were real in the 23rd century, which, look, get a life, right? It's just a TV show. So that's all I have to say about the second episode. Now, let's talk about the third episode of Star Trek Strange New Worlds streaming on Paramount Plus. It's called Ghost of Illyria. And this is a disease plot. This is pretty timely. This is really, really cool. Here's the plot, the basic plot. While Captain Pike and Spock are on an alien planet during an ion storm, and I ask, why are they both down there? You know, shouldn't one of them be on the ship in case something goes wrong? But then again, they have a character named Number One who's second in command, played by Rebecca Romaine. So she's on the ship, so I guess I could forgive that. But anyway, they're both down there during an ion storm, which is a phenomenon that dates back to the classic 1960s original Star Trek series. I think we first saw it in the alternate universe episode titled Mirror, Mirror from season 2 that we talked about in the last Podblast. So anyway, they're down there while this big storm's going on. And while this happens, due to exposure on the planet, people are beamed up, and a disease far worse than corona is spread from exposure on that alien planet by the landing party, and it sweeps through the Enterprise, in which infected people need heat and light for comfort. And I mean, they're going crazy like crackheads, doing desperate things to get light, like smashing their faces into lighting panels on the Enterprise, cutting up their face to get close to the light to absorb it. And they have like this red rash on their neck, and it's pretty wild. And it reminded me of an old episode of Space 1999 starring Ian McShane. A lot of you will know who he is. He's a great, great British actor. He was in Lovejoy on A&E and a bunch of other things. But in the Space 1999 episode, he played an Earthling named Anton Zoref, who is possessed by an alien force, and he too needs heat to survive, including body heat. And he's going around Moonbase Alpha, touching his fellow man and absorbing their body heat and freezing them to death. And that was an episode from season 1. It's on YouTube. And it's titled Force of Life if you want to go back. And it holds up to this day, even though it was filmed back in 1974. It's a good horror episode. Season 1 of Space 1999 particularly had some good horror episodes. It was like on akin to a night gallery or something. And that was a really good one. It reminded me of this new episode of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. All of a sudden, I can't talk, folks. I need to take a deep breath here. Now, I want just to mention that the guy that did the special effects for Space 1999, to give you a little carrot that you should check out this old show, his name was Brian Johnson, and he went on to do the special effects of the movies Alien, The Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, and before Space 1999, he worked on 2001: A Space Odyssey. See, this is really a geek fest tonight. Sorry about this. But this guy, Brian Johnson, this real special effects artist, is a genius. And he was great with models and stuff. Anyway, I just thought that this Force of Life episode of the old Space 1999 is top-notch. And I'm going to play a very brief clip of it where this guy, Anton Zoref, is walking down the halls and he's possessed. He's not speaking, and he takes the life of an orderly when he touches her and freezes her to death. And I love the audio of this. This is a good audio clip. Let me pull this up. It's very, very brief. And I love the technology in that old show. And in the show, the only dated thing is it's supposed to be the year 1999, right? But they've gone through space warps, but they were on Earth, and they set up a base on the moon, and then they were storing nuclear waste on the moon, and it explodes. And the preposterous plot is that the moon is hurling through space, and they're trying to find a new planet to live on. And they have technology, they have ships, they have stuff, but they also have something that looks like an Apple Watch. And it can detect your heartbeat, your pulse, and if something happens to you, if you die, the main computer knows, and it makes an announcement. So I want to play this quick clip Did I cue the mark up? Let me see here. Yep, here it is. Let me find this for you. 22-minute mark. I want to play this clip. And it had a funky theme song, which I won't play. We'll get back to Star Trek in just a second. I'm just digressing here. Okay. What's going on here? Ian McShane is this character.
Did you know?
He's infected, and he, like I said, this alien force at the very beginning of the episode, it's like a ball of light. It strikes his body, and ever since then, he has to get body heat, either through lamps, through people, whatever. So now he's going after this medical orderly. And I love the music of this. Let me just shut up and play this clip. These are his footsteps you hear. The way it's directed is really cool. This woman's terrified, and he looks really, really creepy. Great camera angles, wide-angle lenses. I'm telling you, it still holds up. And as he's walking towards her, the lights around him are going out. He's absorbing the energy from the lights.
Medical orderly Hillary Preston. Life functions terminated.
Hillary, she's dead. I just like that technology. Life functions terminated. And it's really creepy, the makeup. Anyway, I'll cut the clip. I was going to play more of it, but I think I'm digressing a little too far with that. So back to 2022 in this third episode of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. So it's very similar to that old 1999 plot. This unknown disease is creating total chaos on board the U.S.S. Enterprise. And the ship's doctor is Dr. Mbenga. He's a black character, and that character was in the old show. He's Dr. McCoy's replacement on the Enterprise as the ship's doctor. He was in the old show. Of course, this is a different actor, obviously, playing him these days. But he's got his hands full fighting this disease with Nurse Chapel. And he's trying to combat these infected disease light and heat suckers, the crew of the Enterprise, as it spreads. Now, on this new show, the chief engineer, the Scotty, if you will, is an alien. And I thought he was an Andorian, which was an alien race. Again, that goes back to the classic series. And the first episode was Spock's parents from season 2, titled Journey to Babel, where we first meet his human mom and his Vulcan father. Anyway, Andorians have antennae on their forehead, and they look kind of like goats. And at least this new character looks like a goat. But they were blue in the old show, and they're white in this new show. And he's also a telepath, and he's blind. And it turns out he's from the alien race, the Anar, which is an offshoot of the Andorians. I know this is complicated, folks. Bear with me. And so when I first saw it, I said, wait, he's an Andorian. And I was partially correct because, as I just said, in Star Trek lore, this is a humanoid alien race native to the frozen moon of Andoria. So they're a subspecies of the Andorians from the old show. Anyway, crazy, huh? And they're members of the United Federation of Planets. So he gets infected, the chief engineer. And his crazy ass beams a part of the planet's core, a big ball of molten heat, onto the damn ship, into the transporter room. And this sun-like radiating hot piece of the planet's core is just sitting there. It's a great effect in the transporter room, and he's just mesmerizing. He's blind, but he's getting off on the heat and the energy. But it's about to kill him, and it's about to blow up the damn ship as it's floating around in the air. It's going to destroy the damn ship. So, Rebecca Romaine, who is now in command of the Enterprise, while Spock and Captain Pike are down on the planet, has ordered lights out on the Enterprise so that the affected crew folk who have the disease can't get their light and heat fixed. But before she ordered that, she asked the doctor to tranquilize them so that they won't freak the F out when they're cut off from heat and light. So, and by the way, when she orders the lights out, we see a really nice special effect of the U.S. Enterprise in space as all the lights are turned off. So as this is going on, she gets an alert from the ship's computer about energy in the transporter room. She's like, what the hell? So Rebecca Romaine, as this character, number one, goes there to discover the situation, and she sees this energy that the engineer has beamed onto the ship. And she grabs her laser gun and fires it and stuns the dude, stuns the engineer, knocking his ass to the ground. And he's out cold. And then she quickly beams the energy core ball back to the planet, and the crisis is averted. But but the disease is still raging all over the ship. By the way, that U.S.S. Enterprise transporter room set just looks stunning. It looks incredible. Now, here comes one of two nitpicks with this episode, okay? After number one, Rebecca Romijn's character knocks out the engineer with her gun and beams the energy back to where it came from. She picks the alien man up over her shoulder and carries him. And my gripe is that you can totally tell in the shot where she picks him up, it's an obvious stunt double. It's just like the old show where they had horrible stunt double shots. This shot is just bad. It's very poorly executed. And I blame the editor. I think whoever edited this episode should have used a different camera angle. And you know that, I don't know if you know this, but directors shoot coverage from many different angles. And so I think the editor just used a really bad angle where you could tell, man, that's a stunt double. It's probably a guy. I don't know. But it does not look like Rebecca Romijn. It's very badly done. It's a split-second shot, so it's just a very minor complaint there. My second complaint pertains to this same point in the episode, where now, later, we see number one carrying the unconscious engineer throughout the halls of the Enterprise. And I'm thinking, how can a human woman lift a full-size man? Well, it's explained later. I'll get to that in a moment. But that's not my beef with this scene. My problem is how fake the obvious dummy looks that Rebecca Romijn is carrying. It's so fake. And they've gotten everything so right with all the expensive special effects. I can't believe they had such a fake-looking dummy. So what I'm saying is, in these scenes, in these shots, you see Rebecca's pretty face and the back of the legs dangling of the engineer, and with his ass straight up near her face. And the legs look way too thin. It's like a spider's legs to be real. And it's not because this alien character, this engineer that she's carrying, has a different body shape, that differs from humans. No, I mean, in all the scenes I've seen, his legs look normal. It was just an F-up. They just had a horrible-looking dummy, and I thought, man, that's a shame that they did that. And then, again, it's a very minor complaint, but it must be noted. And you'll see it. If you watch this episode 3 of Star Trek Strange New Worlds on Paramount Plus, look at where she's carrying the engineer. It looks really bad. Let's see, what other notes did I have? So that's kind of a minor flaw. And now the same thing happened with a fake dummy back in the 1986 blockbuster movie Aliens, where Sigourney Weaver's character Ripley is carrying an obvious dummy made of a girl she's supposed to be lifting. Anyway, so I was asking myself, I'm watching, how can she lift a full-grown male character? Because in the original pilot, The Cage from '64, this character was there, played by Majel Barrett, and went on to play Nurse Chapel. That's another story. She was the mistress of Gene Roddenberry, the creator of the show, and they wound up getting married years later. But anyway, here's a spoiler. It's revealed towards the end of the episode that number one, the second in command, played by Rebecca Romijn, is really an alien female of a race called the Illyrians. Spelled Illyrin. Illyrians. I'm not good. I can't say it. The Illyrians. I'll just spell it. Illyrin. Illyrians. And they have 3 times the strength of a normal human being. So she's from a planet called Illyra. I can't say it. Which Starfleet Command has a problem with, and no one from that planet can join the Starfleet Space Force, if you will, Starfleet Command. So she lied on her application pretending to be human. And this is a big issue at the end of the episode, where she confesses to Captain Christopher Pike her true planet origin. So the question now is, what will Captain Pike do? She's the best officer in the fleet, according to some. And that's what he says. He says, you're the best first officer in the fleet. That's what they said about Spock in the later classic episodes, by the way. Anyway, so Spock isn't the first officer yet. He's like below the first officer. She outranks Spock in this new show. Now, she points out that he'll jeopardize his career and he'll be an accessory if he lets this slide. So what is he going to do? Well, I guess I'll give it away. He decides to look the other way. And because she is efficient in the episode, and there's more to it, but I'll just leave it at that. Now, about her superior strength, since she's 3 times the strength of a normal human, there's a fight scene, and it's a cat fight scene between Rebecca Romijn's number one and another female main bridge executive officer she's friends with who has normal strength like a human. And she's doing like the engineer did, but she's in the engineering room messing with the ship's engines to get her heat, light, energy fix. Well, number one beats the shit out of her, savagely slapping her across the face, punching her, throwing her. It's not a fair fight. And the girl she's beating up, number one's beating up, going, "We're friends. What are you doing?" And she's diseased, you know. So, but still, she's like, "What what are you doing?" Now, I'm in reality here. It's just a TV show. I get it, but it was a very brutal fight, and I loved it. I mean, Rebecca Remains just, and then later when you learn she has above human strength and it wasn't a fair fight, I'm like, damn. Anyway, since she's stronger than a normal human. And just like the other sets, that engineering deck, that set is just spectacular. It looks great. Same with the sick base set. All of the sets are top notch. Man, the set design team really deserves some sort of award or accolades or a bonus or something. They did a great job. Now, some other brief good points. We'll move on as we wind down the episode. We're going to cover a few birthdays, and then I'll finally shut the F up for this installment of the Nostalgic Podblast, episode 102. I do like how on their uniform, the ship's emblem. All right, for the people watching, let me show you a visual aid. Look at Spock here in this image. You've seen it. There's like a little weird shape on the uniforms. Oh, shucks. Here it is. I need something to prop this up for the camera. All right, I'm pointing to Spock's shirt. There's like an emblem, okay? And it's cloth in the old show. Well, in this, it's metallic, like a Chinese throwing star, and I like that because number one takes her emblem off her uniform and hands it to Christopher Pike like she's going to resign. And she puts it on his table, and it makes a ding sound, and I like that. And I thought that might be foreshadowing to a later episode where it's used as a weapon or a way to cut through binds like ropes or something. I'm sure they're going to use that, but I thought that was cool that it's metal. It's metallic, unlike the later episodes, or maybe it was always metallic. You know, I thought that was clever, and I like that. So I think it'd be cool if it was a Chinese throwing star. A little complaint about Rebecca Remain's line delivery. Tomato, but she pronounces the word species like this. She says species. Species. No, it's species. Anyway, that's just my opinion. She says species. Species. Anyway. And I thought another funny line in this episode, or was it the second episode, but one of the female members on the bridge says, "Whatever tweaks your freak." I thought that was a funny line. Whatever tweaks your freak. So episodes 2 and 3 were just awesome. I think I liked them both equally, and they were better than the first episode. So of the 10 episodes that are going to be released every Thursday in season 1 of Star Trek Strange New Worlds, as of this moment, I know the titles of the next 2. Episode 4, which will be released May 26th, is titled Memento Mori, M-O-R-I, Mori. And then the episode released June 2nd, 2022, is titled Spock Amok. So that harkens back to Amok Time from the classic series, this season 2 premiere with Pon farr. Anyway, I was talking about how the Vulcans shed all logic, and one of the things, like if they don't have sex within 7 years, they will die of the pressures or something. It's bizarre. It's really bizarre. They have to mate or die, or they'll have like a fight to the death. Like, remember Spock had a fight to the death with Kirk back in the old show? Even if you're a novice, you must have seen that episode. Or even the Cable Guy. They did a funny parody of that scene at medieval times with Jim Carrey as the crazy Cable Guy. And he's like, it's just like Star Trek. He had that lisp. He's like, dun, 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 dun. He's fighting Matthew Broderick's character. I just think that movie's underrated as all hell. From 1996, The Cable Guy. Anyway. So let's see. So, as we shift from this topic of Star Trek onto other things less geeky, I do want to clarify something I said in Podblast number 101, where I did a side-by-side musical comparison of some of the incidental music from a show called 12 O'Clock High by Quinn Martin Productions in 1964, scored by Dominique Frontier. And I pointed out how I think that Alexander Courage, who created the original Star Trek theme, borrowed some of the musical notes from 12 O'Clock High when he composed the music, specifically the U.S.S. Enterprise theme, which is part of the main title theme of Star Trek. And I said, and this was actually true, I didn't make a mistake, I just want to clarify. I said, okay, I played 2 clips of audio from 12 O'Clock High, and I said, now here, this is 2 years later in 1966, in the Season 1 classic Star Trek episode, The Enemy Within, where Kirk is split into 2 halves by the ship's malfunctioning transporter, a good half and an evil half. And I played a clip of that audio. Now, that's true. However, Alexander Courage used that music in the first Pilot the Cage from 64, but 12 O'Clock High does still predate by months that music from Star Trek. So, point being, in early 1965, in January 65, I researched this. The original pilot's music was completed on January 22nd, 1965. 12 O'Clock High started in September 1964 and was already airing when Alexander Courage was trying to compose and come up with ideas of incidental music for this Pilot the Cage. So anyway, the clip I played was from 2 years later, but I didn't want to make it sound like, hey, look, 2 years later, this music appeared. No. I mean, it was closer together, but still, Star Trek was after 12 O'Clock High. In that little clip I played last time, I know nobody cares. I'm making a fool of myself. Actually was from a recent release from La La Land Records. They released the entire, in a limited edition release, the entire soundtrack to all 3 seasons of the original Star Trek, and yours truly, the biggest dork in Atlanta, bought it. And I'm glad I did. It's now escalated in value, and it's a really cool set. And that music in the actual episode, they muted it like the beginning of The Empire Strikes Back we talked about. Like, you never heard like the full piece. That's why I let it go a little long. That's from the soundtrack compact disc that was released just a couple of years ago as a limited edition. So, real briefly, and I swear we're going to get past Star Trek, here's a brief clip of that 12 O'Clock High. Listen. I already played that. I'm not going to backtrack and do a rerun for you or create déjà vu. That's an example of the 12 O'Clock High music that predates Star Trek. Here is, and I didn't play this yet, this is the actual theme from the Pilot the Cage by Alexander Courage from scored in early 65. There's no narration. There's no where no man's gone before talk. It's just music. That's how the original Pilot started. So, to be fair, it was closer than. And again, I didn't misstate everything. I'm just clarifying. Anyway, and speaking of the Star Trek theme, when Star Trek the Motion Picture beamed onto cinema screens originally back on Friday, December 7th, a day that will live on in infamy, Pearl Harbor Day, they had a new Star Trek theme that Jerry Goldsmith had scored. I'm going to play a little bit of that. I can hear you groaning. Probably tuned out entirely by now. But this is a reorchestration, just because I don't want the bots to get me. I love this music. This is for the first movie. It's not a geekgasm or what? Jesus, Lord in heaven. So that's the music Jerry Goldsmith scored for Star Trek The Motion Picture. What I didn't like was about 8 years later, they used that for Star Trek The Next Generation. I wish they came up with their own original music. And Star Trek The Next Generation was a syndicated show, first run, that debuted, of course, it was a hit show, on Monday, September 28th, 1987, with a 2-hour premiere show. And I just didn't like how they recycled that. And they edited it down, the music. They should have had their own theme. Anyway, so in closing, I do recommend watching the all-new Star Trek Strange New Worlds on Paramount Plus, and I will be watching each and every week. I'll play another quick clip of Strange New Worlds. I've been lying tonight. I keep saying, we're going to move on from Star Trek, and then I play more. Oh, before I forget, another thing I wish they would do is have a preview trailer for the next week's episode, like they would back in the 60s and into the 70s. I would love that. This is Bill Bixby. Here are some scenes from the next episode of The Incredible Hulk. They don't do that. I thought it would have been neat if they had like a next week trailer, but they don't. Anyway, here's some scenes. This is just a minute and a half long. Star Trek Strange New Worlds, Paramount Plus.
Hi. Sorry to interrupt. This is your captain?
Our mission. To chart the stars. Push the boundaries of what is known. And what is possible.
I'm standing on the surface of a comet.
I love this job.
These people, this crew, I believe we can do anything.
You wanted to seek out new life. Go where the aliens are.
Your presence is blasphemy.
Let's talk about this. Find some
I think that went well. Perhaps we should kiss.
That seems logical.
Maybe we don't touch anything else. Just a suggestion.
The whole future hangs in the balance. No one can know the future. One can only follow one's instincts. We're the best of Starfleet. Our ability to work together, that's our greatest strength.
Let's show them what you got.
Good stuff. Even if you're not into sci-fi, I think you'll appreciate the drama, and you don't need to know anything going in because it's a prequel. Enough said. Item. I said this last time, but for months I've recommended the free new streaming service that they originally had called IMDb TV to watch your favorite classic TV shows. Now, there are ads in it, so that sucks, but they've already rebranded it from IMDb TV to Freevee, which I don't understand why they did that, and I don't like it. Anyway, just wanted to mention that again. Item, the new season of Stranger Things, and my next guest needs no introduction with David Letterman dropped on Netflix. And here's a pretty funny clip from David Letterman's show about weed, marijuana, and David Durant is the guest. This is pretty interesting. Let me play this. I'm a big fan of David Letterman. I think he's one of the best interviewers of all time. And here's a little tease to his new season of his show. This is pretty funny. Just check it out.
You're a businessman. What is the, also you are a businessman. What is the
Just 2 minutes.
extent of your participation in the marijuana business now? Is it Weed Map?
We partner with Weed Maps.
What does that mean?
We partner with them on content and trying to figure out ways to change the narrative around athletes and marijuana.
And I admire this. The idea is to destigmatize this.
Yeah.
For decades, it was presented as, oh, geez, you're going to hell.
Yeah.
You're just
it's
going
a gateway.
to hell. Yeah.
It's confusing to a lot of people. You can look around this city, maybe in the next year or two, there's going to be dispensaries everywhere. where you can actually go buy weed.
Right, which is true in many states around the country now.
A lot of states, and it's even crazy
Florida.
that you got people in jail for 20 years for maybe selling a pound.
Yep. When did you begin as a kid?
California.
As a kid smoking weed?
Nah, I mean, if you want to call it 22 a kid.
22, so an adult. And explain what it does that people might misunderstand about it.
To me, it clears the distractions out your brain a little bit, settles you down. It's like having a glass of wine.
Yeah. So did you smoke today?
Yeah.
And you're just fine?
I'm actually high right now.
My experience with it was when I lived in California and I was much younger, and everybody was doing it. It was in the late 70s, early 80s, and it just, I found myself motionless. I can remember going to a Yankees-Angels game, and my girlfriend and I smoked a joint before the game, and I just sat there like this, and I kept thinking, wow, that guy's standing on a mound of dirt. Whoa, it's actually a mound of dirt.
It's interesting to you. That means you're really a curious person.
Yeah, I have no idea who won the game.
But you remember that moment.
Was I smoking the wrong kind of weed?
No, you were smoking the right kind if you're thinking about stuff like that.
That's pretty funny. So those are on Netflix. And I guess Stranger Things is winding down. Those kids have got to be getting up there. They're probably about to be adults by now. It's a great show. I love Stranger Things. I lived it. So it's a good show. Quick personal note. Here's a... Maybe I shouldn't read this because I adopted, or I found a little pet bunny rabbit in September of 2021 that I've had for about 9-10 months now. And really, really cute. They go to the bathroom a lot. I'll be brief, folks. I'm diverting from nostalgia. But they eat a lot of hay. 80% of their diet should be hay. They drink a lot of water. And she's so, so cute. But they go to the bathroom a lot. But the cool thing is their bathroom, their feces doesn't smell. But anyway, I go into her area, to grab it, and I dump it in one of my toilets, and flush it. Anyway, I know it's kind of gross. And tilt it so the pee goes out and everything. And I wrote a little poem. God, because one time I have my boxer shorts on, and I'm leaning down to get, to take care of her area, to clean her box. She has a little square box. She hops in to eat hay, and then she goes to the bathroom. So I was grabbing it, and I swear, I'm not trying to be gross. This is true. I don't know how to say this, but like something fell out of my boxer shorts. I'll just put it that way. Okay. And of course, flaccid. Well, she thinks it's a damn chew toy and bites my wee-wee. And I yell. And I run out of that cage and immediately put rubbing alcohol on it. I'm like, damn. And so ever since then, I never have boxers on. I'm making sure I have shorts on or jeans. Never going to have that happen again. Luckily, there was no damage or anything. So I wrote this play. I just had to, this poem. She loves to chew things as all bunnies do. They love to chew on chew toys. So here's a very brief poem for my bunny rabbit that I named Baby. My little baby loves to chew. It's just about one of her favorite things to do. A towel, a lampshade, or even a brick. Hell, one time she even bit my dick. That's it. Okay. Ha, ha, ha. That's all. But that happened months ago. Oh, God. It was so painful. But moving back to the nostalgic side of things. Item. Disney does not yet own Mattel toys, Hot Wheels, Barbie dolls, or Top Gun 2 Maverick. But man, do I love their Dole Pineapple Whip at Disney theme parks. That's the best treat they've got, in my opinion. I love it. So I'm going to skip the soundtrack game where I play some obscure music from a movie and you try to guess what the movie is, and I look for comments and see if anyone's gotten it right. We'll skip that because I need to end this show and try to get some sleep. It's early morning and I got stuff to do. I got some things I got to do for business, as of course illegal, to make my money. I got to ship some things out and stuff. Some stuff I sold on eBay for some extra money and whatnot. But before that, I got our question of the week coming up. And this is a very brief update. Very, very brief. Let me get this for you now. I know I'm going to regret telling that story about the bunny.
This is Jeopardy!
You had to be there. I can laugh now, but at the time it was painful as hell. Time for the Jeopardy update. Wait. This is literally 2 sentences here. Mayim Bialik is hosting, so that's great. I think she's really good as host. And I really like the current champion, who is an Uber driver named Ryan Long from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He has a good heart. He adopted cats and stuff, and he's told some interesting anecdotes about his life. And I wish him well. He's doing very, very well. I think he's already secured a spot in the Contest of Champions. And the current season of Jeopardy runs through July 29th. I think production will probably end very soon because they tape, weeks ahead, a couple months ahead. But anyway, the latest the new episodes run through July 29th, and then all new episodes will return in September 2022. So that's the Jeopardy update for the Nostalgic Podblast episode 102. There you go. That's the classic version of the theme. Now, I asked a nostalgic question of the week, and it's an age-old debate. It's on the Facebook group, the Nostalgic Podblast, and let me see if I can give you a hint.
Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a fateful trip that started from this tropic port aboard this tiny ship. The mate was a mighty sailing man, the skipper brave and sure. 5 passengers set sail that day for a 3-hour tour. A 3-hour tour.
I asked a trite but classic and impactful question. Ginger or Marianne? Who would you pick if it were real? Would you want the girl next door or the sexy starlet?
The weather started getting rough. The tiny ship was tossed. If not for the courage of the fearless crew, the minnow would be lost. The minnow would be lost. The ship's aground on the shore of this uncharted desert isle, with Gilligan, the skipper too, a millionaire and his wife, the movie star, the professor and Mary Ann, here on Gilligan's Island. Now this is the tale of our castaways. They're here for a long, long time. They'll have to make the best of things. It's an uphill climb. The first mate and his skipper too will do their very best to make the others comfortable in their tropic island nest. No phone, no light, no motor cars, not a single luxury. Like Robinson Crusoe, it's primitive as can be. So join us here each week, my friends. You're sure to get a smile from 7 stranded castaways here on Gilligan's Island.
I was hoping to have the old Turner logo of syndication. Anyway, man, Ginger or Marianne got a big response, and it wasn't even close. It was not even close. So one-sided. It pretty much was a landslide. It was a landslide. This is a lesser-known song by Olivia Newton-John titled Landslide. It's from her Physical album. This is a dance mix. I don't think I can get away with playing this, but it was a landslide. I'll just reveal the results. It was Marianne by a mile. Now, a lot of people did pick Ginger, and some jokesters picked Mrs. Howell, Lovey. But yeah, Marianne won big time. Who would you pick? I'm talking to males and lesbians alike. If you like women, who would you pick if you were stranded with Gilligan on that island? And some of the women picked Gilligan. It was funny. Anyway. And God rest the soul of Dawn Wells. You know, I always talk about that Invaders show, and she guest starred in The Invaders in season 2. It was the year after Gilligan's Island was canceled. And she shot some home videos with a Super 8 camera with no sound in color. And I remember they did a piece on Entertainment Tonight, and they teased it. Dawn Wells this week will reveal her home movies on the set of Gilligan's Island. And they were on location where a spaceship has landed, an invader's ship in the desert, and she plays like a college student. Anyway, on a college field trip, a geology trip. Anyway, and they show on Entertainment Tonight footage she shot, and they claim it's from Gilligan's Island. It's like, no, that's the Invaders. Anyway, whatever. Who cares? And God rest her soul. She passed away. The only surviving member of the Gilligan's Island cast is Tina Louise, who played Ginger. And she's 88 years of age to this day. Knock on wood. And on that show I talked about earlier on MeTV, it airs Sunday nights at 6:30 p.m. It's called Collector's Call, hosted by Lisa Whelchel, otherwise known as Blair in the Facts of Life, and she was one of the 1970s Mouseketeers in the Mickey Mouse Club, and she's been on Survivor. She's the host, and each week they feature a lot of interesting collections across the country, and we're talking big time, deep pockets, high rollers, big time collections with like helicopters. Man, the gentleman they featured in the latest episode, he had Ginger's dress, like that orange sequin dress she wore several times in several episodes of the classic Gilligan's Island. And I just thought it was amazing. He had that. He had Gilligan's red shirt. He had Fonzie's jacket. Another one of those is in the Smithsonian Institute museum, for goodness sakes. And this guy runs a museum of his own. He had 2 of the Jeannie outfits, the one for Jeannie in the pink and the one for her sister, Jeannie 2, a dual role she played. He had Jeannie Bottle from the later color seasons. He had a Batmobile. Did I mention that? It was like a $4 million collection. It's incredible. I love that show. It's a half-hour show. I'd recommend it strongly. It's an original, as I said, on MeTV, Sunday nights at 6:30, called Collector's Call. Add it to your DVR list or watch it live. It's really, really good. You're listening to Olivia Newton-John's song, Landslide. The dance mix. So, in the music video for that, her ex-husband's in there, who she met on the set of Xanadu. He was a dancer. Matthew, the father of her only child, her daughter, Chloe. Let's move along, because I didn't want to go too long with this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast 102. Let's talk about the nostalgic treat of the week. Here's a good little piece of history for you. It's Cracker Jacks. Now, Cracker Jacks were an instant hit when they were introduced at the 1893 Chicago World's Fair by a local popcorn company. And they were first sold at some major league ballparks back in 1907. I don't even know if you can find a box of Cracker Jacks at major league ballparks anymore. I'm sure you can in some, but of course they vary. It's not across the board. There's different vendors for each ballpark. I live right near Truist Park. I mean, within a walking distance of where the Atlanta Braves play. Your world champion, Atlanta Braves, who won the World Series in 2021 over the Houston Astros. Still kind of miffed they didn't sign Freddie Freeman, but that's another story. Let's talk about Cracker Jacks. The Cracker Jack name and slogan was, "The more you eat, the more you want." And that was registered as a trademark back in 1896, after it was introduced at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893, as I just mentioned. Now, some food historians consider it the first junk food. The Cracker Jack brand has been owned and marketed by Frito-Lay since 1997. In 2016, Frito-Lay announced that the toy gift would no longer be provided and had been replaced with a QR code which can be used to download for a baseball-themed game on your phone or MacBook or laptop. The reason, frivolous lawsuits and cost cutting. So someone probably choked. I think it was a choking hazard. I'm just guesstimating, speculating. I don't know, but usually that's the case. I don't think it was just cost cutting. I think they were afraid of a lawsuit or they were sued. That's a shame. I love the toys in the old Cracker Jacks, and I posted a picture of a lot of the toys you used to get in the Cracker Jack box. But anyway, a while ago on the show, I'm going to play some commercials of Cracker Jack, and I got a little more history of Cracker Jack in terms of Major League Baseball, but I need to go get something I'm going to eat. A while ago on the Podblast, I talked about the Marathon Bar, and I learned, thanks to someone at the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, that Cadbury makes a facsimile of the Marathon Bar over in England, and it's called the Curly Whirly over there in Europe, and England specifically. And I had it imported, and I'm going to try it now. Now, while I go get it out of my refrigerator, it came in a 5-pack, and I was hoping they'd be individually wrapped, but they're not. They're all wrapped in the same, so I didn't want to, open it. I tried to put it off, but I want to eat it while it's still fresh and see if it's the same way as I remember it when I was a kid. It's the same thing, supposedly, as a Marathon Bar. But let me play some classic Cracker Jack commercials, some television spots, so I can duck out of here and grab that Curly Whirly bar. Let's see. Here's some commercials from the 1960s to 2000 for Cracker Jack.
What do you want when you gotta eat something? And it's gotta be sweet, and it's gotta be a lot, and you gotta have it now. What do you want? Lip smacking, whip smacking, patty whacking, ink and knacking, silver racking, callow whacking, Cracker Jacking, Cracker Jack. What do you get when you open the top and look inside and smack your lip and turn it over and fill it out? What do you get? Lip smacking, whip cracking, patty whacking, elegant zacking, tinkle lacking, elegant acting, Cracker Jacking, Cracker Jack. Candy coated popcorn, peanuts and a fry. That's what you get in Cracker Jack.
Here it is, the Curly Whirly bar.
Open. And open.
Holy smokes. Stop the tape. Stop the tape.
What?
They are individually wrapped. There's a big wrapper. I don't know if you're listening to this as boring as F, but if you're looking on camera, cool. They are individually wrapped. There's 5 inside of a big pack. Cool. Let me continue on with this while I put the rest of these away.
You in? Come in. Listen, good.
This is a visual ad. I'm really messing up. Let me get back to the show.
Cracker Jack in the big pass-around pack for when the gang gets together.
These are too visual. Sorry about that. That is not a good example for audio. This is a good commercial, though.
What do you call a kid who can die like that? You call that kid a Cracker Jack. What do you call a kid who gives the ball a whack? You call that kid a Cracker Jack. What do you call a snack with a secret toy surprise in the back? Peanuts and popcorn that make your lips smack. It's caramel coated Cracker Jack.
When you're really good, they call you Cracker Jack.
It looks just like, all right, this Curly Whirly bar, it does look exactly like the Marathon bar. And I haven't had one of these since I was like 9 years old. This is wild. Oh my God, it tastes just like it. They took the same recipe, the same patent. Marathon bar never went away after all. A little tip. I already mentioned this, but I know you probably didn't hear this, but excuse me. If you're a Prime subscriber, at least I got free shipping all the way from Europe. And if you use your Amex points, then the whole thing was free and could be free for you too. So if you want to experience the Marathon bar again, first time since your childhood, order the Cadbury Curly Whirly bar from Amazon UK. Man, you can get almost anything on Amazon. Pretty cool. All right, now we're in the 7th inning stretch of the Nostalgic Podblast. So, Cracker Jack, getting back to Cracker Jack, of course, that's part of the lyrics to Take Me Out to the Ball Game. I want to play a rendition of that great, great classic song. Excuse me, I have caramel in my... I can't wait to go brush my teeth.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the
Bravos.
If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
All right, man. So let's talk about some history. Man, that Curly Whirly bar is good. Now, it's funny, they don't have the same regulations in England like they do here. Like I was trying to look at the content of calories and the sugar content. I do see 21.5 G. Geez, that's a lot of sugar. I assume that sugar doesn't expire till September of this year, so I just can't read it. The print is very small. I was wondering how many calories there are and all that stuff. Anyway, but it's delicious. So Curly Whirly bar. Enough said on that. So Take Me Out to the Ball Game. What a classic thing. According to historians, it wasn't until the year 1934 that Take Me Out to the Ball Game was played at a baseball game. It didn't take place at the Polo Grounds or even New York, but in Los Angeles at a high school baseball game. And it wasn't until later that year it was made into a song at a Major League Baseball game. It made its debut there. And that's a long time. But the song still managed to beat Jack Norworth to the old ball game. He never did make it to the Polo Grounds in 1908. In fact, Jack Norworth attended his very first baseball game in 1940, some 32 years after he had written that song. But by then, history had been made. In 2001, Take Me Out to the Ball Game was named the number 8 song on the Songs of the Century list. Here's a quick article published back on Monday, October 20th, 2014, from Georgetown Sports Analysis. When was the first time you heard the famous song, Take Me Out to the Ball Game? If you can't remember, perhaps try the last baseball game you attended. Now think back to that game. Think of the number of fans listening and singing along to the iconic song during the 7th inning stretch. Now, compound that number in your head across every game for every team for an entire season. Now, take that number and stretch it back to decades to the song's institution in Major League ballparks. That's how many times Take Me Out to the Ball Game has been played in Major League Baseball. And for the sweet and salty snack Cracker Jack, this represents something quite astounding. Free advertising. The song Take Me Out to the Ball Game was composed by Jack Norworth and Albert von Tilzer in New York City in 1908. The tune was popularized through vaudeville acts through the 1920s and played at its first baseball game, a high school game in Los Angeles in 1934. I said that. Many baseball historians believe the song made its major league debut later that year. However, if you're unfamiliar with the song or perhaps are drawing a blank on the lyrics, Norworth and von Tilzer placed a shout out to the sweet and salty snack Cracker Jack right in the middle of the song. As the singer proclaims, "Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back." By harmlessly referring to a favorite treat in their simple new song, the writers of Take Me Out to the Ball Game unknowingly provided Cracker Jack with a path to decades of free advertising. The owners of the product may have stumbled into perhaps the most lucrative lyrical development of all time. And there's some statistics. I won't bore you with it. God, I really went too overboard with Star Trek and Space 1999 this week. So I'm going to skip it. I am going to skip it. But the point is, think about that. All the times that song has been said, and it's just such a classic and so ingrained in pop culture lore and pop culture history in America and in Canada, for that fact. There's Canadian baseball up there, of course, too, like in Toronto, and used to be Montreal Expos. I'm old. I remember that. Anyway, just amazing. There is an estimation that Cracker Jack saved over $588 million in advertising costs from 1940 to 2014 in current dollar terms. That's right. Just by putting the words Cracker Jacks in the song, Take Me Out to the Ball Game, the composers essentially provided the owners of Cracker Jack with over $500 million in free advertising in major league stadiums across the country. Incredible. Now, I'm going to just highlight 10 recent birthdays, and I'm going to wind down the show. Let's see here. These are some good ones. Some May birthdays. Let's start here with this one. Come on now. Jeez, I'm not good. What can I say? Here we go. Here's my music. Happy 78th birthday to a former movie director who made a massive impact on pop culture. George Lucas burst onto the movie scene with THX 1138 in March of 1971. But it was his 1950s Universal Studios nostalgia film, American Graffiti, that the public flocked to see starting on August 11th, 1973. American Graffiti cost less than $800,000 to make, but it earned $140 million in movie ticket sales. Next, George Lucas, of course, directed the revolutionary film Star Wars. I've talked about ad nauseum this month in May 2022 for Star Wars Month on the Podblast, which was a game changer in terms of advanced special effects and movie merchandising profits. It was released by 20th Century Fox on Wednesday, May 25th, 1977. George Lucas was born on Sunday, May 14th, 1944 in Modesto, California. What a legend. And he's a special effects and sound pioneer. Incredible. Let's see. I do want to play a little bit of audio of George Lucas talking in an interview from 1978. Here. He's talking about his influences. I'm going to play that right fast quick for you. George Lucas. Here we go. This is very brief.
George Lucas, the director of American Graffiti and Star Wars, is a longtime dedicated fan of the comics. He collects the artist's original drawings of Prince Valiant and Flash Gordon.
Basically, my main interest in school and ever since has been cultural anthropology and sociology and those related social fields. And so my take on art is more culturally oriented. And I look at art as sort of as a way of judging a culture and understanding not really what it looked like or anything, but what the people were thinking and what the people were feeling and what was going on at a particular time. The comic books and comic art is a really strong and very close to the pulse of the culture kind of art. And it's really a cultural signpost of the times in which it was drawn, which is, to me, the most important aspect of art. And I think it has it's a lot more important than, say, New Hampshire landscapes or anything like that. I mean, it really tells you what's going on in a country or what the people are feeling at a particular moment in history. And in that way, I don't think it'll ever die out. I don't think I think what is drawn today will become very important. It's the hieroglyphs or the graffiti of our times.
What a genius, but also what a white guy. He sure sounds mighty white in that clip, but that's from 1978, but he's a genius. Now here's another brief clip of George Lucas talking about editing The Empire Strikes Back. Since recently it was the 42nd anniversary of the original release of Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, Episode 5, if you will. Get this going for you here. Not all of the people that we're going to honor this week have clips, so.
To me, editing is what filmmaking is really all about, because it's the one time you get a chance to create something out of material and actually deal directly with an audience. All the other times you're sort of generating material or supplies. It's like making a film is like buying lumber or cutting down trees and making wood out of it. Where editing is like actually constructing a house. I mean, you actually can see it, you can see what you're doing and deal with it. Everybody says, well, the script doesn't work, but we'll fix it later. And they say, well, we're shooting this, but it isn't really working, but we'll fix it in the editing. Well, the editing is where it's got to be fixed. If it doesn't work there, the movie doesn't work. So that's, to me, the most exciting part. Well, the trick to a sequence like this, which was the same problem we had in the first film, is that rather than doing special effects that sort of sit there for a long time and are very sort of passive, these battle sequences are created almost totally through the editorial process. And as a result, we're dealing with shots that are only 15 frames, 25 frames, 30 frames long. In order to understand how fast the movement should be, what the shot should be, what the direction should be, and how it should work together in a montage fashion. On the first film, we took stock footage from old documentary footage from World War II, air battles and things, and cut that together. I cut that together before I even started the special effects. This battle in this film is much more complicated and more specific. It's not just an aerial sort of dogfight. It's a very complicated ground battle. And so we've had to shoot little animated storyboards, take the storyboards and animate them very quickly. We call them animatics. They would do 3 or 4 a day. I would look at them, change them, they'd redo them, and then we get them down to where they're almost right. Then the people on the floor shooting the special effects would have something to go by. They know exactly how long it should be, what it should look like, what the movement should be, and all that sort of thing. The animatics don't really come into play until the first unit is shot. We have the pilots. We run through, there's like pilots that were shot blue screen, and then animatics and then footage that was shot in Norway. And what I did is used the animatics as something to fill in, so I could actually cut the whole sequence and finish it. And I cut this really while I was here, while they were still shooting in England. I was...
Cool. All right, so it's kind of visual, so I'll stop the clip. That's from 1979. It goes on for another minute, but let's move on. George Lucas, what an American icon. Actress Deborah Winger is 67 years of age. An early role that Winger had with a special introducing credit was on the Linda Carter starring TV show Wonder Woman in season 1 of that show on ABC TV from 1976 to 1977. She played Drusilla, the younger Amazonian sister of Diana. And most remember Deborah Winger for the later movies Terms of Endearment, Urban Cowboy, Legal Eagles, and Officer and a Gentleman, among many other films, including an uncredited role in E.T. the Extraterrestrial back in 1982. Deborah Winger was born on Monday, May 16th, 1955 in Cleveland Heights, Ohio. Playing catch up here. Going to play a brief clip of Deborah Winger on Wonder Girl, but it said right in the opening credits, introducing Deborah Winger as Drusilla. So that was kind of cool. And she went on David Letterman the first week he was on CBS back in 1993. It's on YouTube, but in pretty bad quality. I'm hoping the official Letterman YouTube channel will release this, where she's wearing her old Wonder Girl outfit underneath like this big dress. And she removes the dress and surprises everyone in the audience and runs out of the Ed Sullivan Theater. It's just a great interview and a great piece of videotape. Hang on a second. Yeah, I'm going to play just a quick clip. This is where she first transforms into Wonder Girl back in bicentennial 1976. Courtesy of Warner Brothers, who own the rights to the show and the character. I just like the music. I'm a dork. And she looks really hot in her outfit. Anyway, I'm going to cut the clip. That's where she first transformed into the character. It's totally visual, but I like that music. Moving on, happy 76th birthday to Hall of Fame slugger Reggie Jackson, who of course was nicknamed Mr. October during his 21 seasons playing the right field position in Major League Baseball, and for being a clutch hitter in the playoffs. Reggie was born on Saturday, May 18th, 1946 in Abington Township, Pennsylvania. Reggie Jackson also had a tasty candy bar named after him called Reggie, which I remember and I ate. I'm old. And it was made of like a roundish, squarish, milk chocolate covered peanut caramel centered thing, cluster. It reminded me of a Goo Goo cluster. It was called the Reggie Candy Bar. It was originally intended as a novelty candy, and it made its debut at the Yankees home opener back in 1976. Same year as that clip I just played with Deborah Winger. But it proved so popular that it stuck around nationwide in the USA before getting benched in 1982. The Reggie Bar was similar in taste to a Baby Ruth candy bar and a Goo Goo Cluster candy without that marshmallow center that the Goo Goo Cluster had. So, and it was also pretty much the same shape as a Goo Goo Cluster. I know a lot of folks know what I'm talking about there. I'm going to play a couple Reggie Bar commercials. These are just like 30 seconds, just for nostalgia's sake. In our time capsule, the Nostalgic Podblast. This is episode number 102. Thanks for hanging with me. Here's a commercial here. Let me get this one now for the Reggie Candy Bar.
An outstanding World Series, 3 home runs in one game.
Now that was a day I'll never forget. And it helped me to get my own candy hit. Reggie, with a rich caramel center, lots of fresh roasted peanuts, and a super chocolatey covering. Reggie, the candy they named after me. Reggie, you taste pretty good.
That was from 1978. Now here's a 1979 Reggie Candy Bar commercial. It's very brief. Then move on to our next birthday.
Hi, I'm Reggie, the famous ball player they named this candy bar after.
I remember this commercial.
Let's make it my kind of bar.
Sorry, I'm the Reggie they named the bar after. Sweet caramel makes it my kind of bar.
Hey, I'm the real Reggie. Have I got the outfit or not, eh? This is my kind of rich chocolatey covering.
That's funny. I thought I was the real Reggie.
Reggie, it's everybody's kind of candy bar.
Shows an old lady at the end wearing a Yankees uniform holding the candy bar. Man, commercials sure were corny and goofy back then. That music and stuff is pretty weird. All right. Next birthday. Happy 70th birthday to Mr. T, who was born as Lawrence, spelled Laurence, Tured, on Wednesday, and that's spelled Turead. So it could be Turead or Tured. I'll say Tured. Lawrence Tured, on Wednesday, May 21st, 1952, in Chicago, Illinois. There's nothing to pity about this guy. I pity the fool. One of the best movie characters of all time was boisterous boxer Clubber Lang in Rocky III, my favorite Rocky movie. Most people like the first one, I like the third one, which was released in cinemas on Friday, May 28th, 1982. 40 years ago, the 40th anniversary of that movie has already come and gone, depending on when you're listening to this Podblast. Going to play some scenes of Rocky III from the original MGM trailer. So that means, since it was an MGM United Artists release, Amazon now owns the rights to the Rocky franchise. Wow. Here's a couple scenes. He had some great lines. Let's listen to a little bit of Rocky III. I love Mr. T. And he's a good guy. He did a lot for the community. He did a lot for all people.
Now, when we fought, you had that eye of the tiger, man, the edge. And now you got to get it back. And the way to get it back is to go back to the beginning. You know what I mean?
United Artists and Chartoff Winkler proudly present Rocky III.
The worst thing happened to you that could happen to any fighter. You got civilized.
Get out of here with you! The truth is, we both started out on the same corner, and I got lucky with my life, and it's driving you nuts.
Philadelphia salutes its favorite son, Rocky Balboa.
Why don't you tell all these nice folks why you've been ducking me?
This guy is a wrecking machine. You know, you got a big mouth.
Why don't you come out and close it, Balboa? Come on.
I want to fight this guy.
You fight him without me.
Balboa was a fine champion, but his time has passed.
See that look in their eyes, Rock? Gotta get that look back, Rock. Eye of the tiger, come on. I will destroy any man who tries to take what I got. I'm gonna torture him. I'm gonna crucify him real bad. For the first time in my life, I'm afraid. Damn, Rock, come on!
There's nothing wrong with being afraid.
You thought I was tough? This jump will kill you. You wake up after a few years thinking you're a winner, but you're not. There is no tomorrow. You're really a loser.
Well, I don't believe it.
There is no tomorrow.
It's Rocky's greatest challenge to save his honor, his marriage, and his manhood against his most devastating and dangerous opponent.
I'll bust you out.
Go for it. Sylvester Stallone, Talia Shire, Burgess Meredith, Carl Weathers, Burt Young, and introducing Mr. T.
Yeah!
Rocky III, an American tradition.
What a great series. I love the Rocky movies. And now, someone put together the 10 best lines in Rocky III by Mr. T as Clubber Lang. Let's listen to a little bit of these. I don't always agree with all of them. If you go to YouTube, well, I mean, you can hear them. You don't need to see it. But I want to give credit where credit's due. This is from the God Loves Movies 2, TOO channel. And this is Rocky III, 1982, Clubber Cut, 10 best quotes.
I want Balboa! I want Balboa! You hear that, man? You tell Balboa, come here, bro! Nobody can beat me! You tell him what I said! He's next! I'm gonna kill him! Nobody can stop me! You tell Balboa that! I'm coming after him! You tell him!
What's your prediction for the fight, then?
Prediction?
Yes, prediction.
Pain. Hey, boy. Hey, boy. After I crucify him, you next.
Do you accept the challenge for a rematch with Balboa?
I reject the challenge because Balboa is no challenge. But I'd be more than happy to beat up on him some more.
Bust you out. Go for it.
I got some more for you. Get up. I got a lot of more. Come on. I'm gonna torture him. I'm gonna crucify him real bad. You through? You washed up? I'm the baddest in the world. It looks so bad to me. What you say, paper champion? I'm gonna beat you like a dog. A dog, you have.
Number 2.
I can't be beat, and I won't be beat.
Number 1.
Dead meat.
I like it where he was so insulting, hitting on his wife. Oh my God, Adrian. He's like, "You want a real man?" That really set Rocky off. That was funny. I got something for you. Anyway, that was pretty funny. Now let's get serious and talk about A Heavenly Birthday. This guy was an incredible talent, and he was in so many movies back in the day. Born in Terre Haute, Indiana. I don't know how you pronounce it. I think it's Terre Haute, Indiana, Haute. That's the birthplace, by the way, of the Columbia House Music and Record and Movie Mail Order Club. That's something I got to feature in the Nostalgic Podblast real soon, or in the Facebook group. But this gentleman was born in that town on Monday, May 23rd, 1910, and that would be Scatman Crothers that I talked about earlier. And he was born there on that date. He was a musician and actor. And he was also a very prolific voiceover actor. He contributed immensely to the success of several animated TV shows such as the Harlem Globetrotters, the Transformers, and Hong Kong Phooey. For his contribution to the American TV and film industry, Scatman Crothers was awarded a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Some of his many memorable roles he acted in were in the movies One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, The Shining, of course, Bronco Billy, the Clint Eastwood directed movie, Twilight Zone, the movie. He was in that movie in a segment directed by the great Steven Spielberg titled Kick the Can. That movie was released in 1983. He's been gone a while. He passed away, sadly, on Saturday, November 22nd, 1986, at the age of 76 from lung cancer. And I do want to play some of his singing. This is Scatman Crothers singing Pork and Beans from way back in the day. And he had some other stuff that I wouldn't dare play because, you know, he said the N-word and stuff like that. And, you know, I don't like to feature that word. I really don't. There's been times where I played stand-up comedy. I didn't pre-screen and it slipped in. It's, of course, from a black comedian. But I don't like that. Let's listen to this, and I hope this is clean. It should be. It's from a record.
Take away those chillin' and take away them greens, because mama's little baby loves pork. We love pork and beans. Pork and beans.
In a can.
Pork and beans.
In a pan.
Pork and beans.
Man, we love pork and beans. In a can.
Handy, handy, handy.
In a pan.
Candy, candy, candy. In a can, in a pan, in a pan, in a can. Man, oh man, they're just dandy.
Pork and beans.
In a can.
Pork and beans.
In a pan.
Pork and beans.
Man, we love pork and beans. Handy, handy,
in a can, in a pan, in a pan, in a can. Man, oh man, they're just dandy pork and beans in a can, pork and beans in a pan, pork and beans. Man, we love pork and beans, yum yum. We love pork and beans, yum yum. Bop, flop, mop, mop, the craziest dish in town.
That's great. And he performed at speakeasies and, man, vaudeville. Just a true entertainer. I got another clip of him with Johnny Carson that I want to play. I guess I'll skip this one. I had another clip from him at the Improv Comedy Club. Let me just play some of it. This is from an evening at the Improv. He's performing on stage, doing a little singing. I thought the world of this guy as a viewer. Of course, I never met him personally.
My old cow died on your doorstep.
Yeah, come on up here. I want you to play some obligata. Little thing entitled The Mean Dog Blues. Yeah. It's the blues folks have been singing for years. But the Mean Dog Blues will really bring tears. Now the Mean Dog Blues is really bad news, where men of all races are sent to pay their dues. It's a prison compound with mean dogs around. The Mean Dog Blues will tear you down.
He's playing with Doc Severinsen
There's one thing more I want you
in the
to
Tonight
know,
Show, the original band leader.
that everybody's gonna reap just what they sow. Beware and dig these cues, cause it could happen to me or you. The mean dog blues.
All right, got to move along here with another quick clip of Scatman Crothers with the great Johnny Carson. This is from 1975.
We'll be right back.
It's from 1975, December 31st, 1975. Oh my gosh, New Year's Eve.
Scatman Crothers is with us tonight. He has an upcoming one-man show scheduled to open on Broadway in February. Would you welcome in the new year, Scatman Crothers?
Happy New Year to you, Johnny. I gotta tell you this.
Yeah.
Before we say anything else, I've enjoyed doing your show in 1975. And here I am back again in 1976 because I really got my kicks.
That's the worst poem I've ever heard in my life. Happy New
But
Year.
you was asking a while ago, who was the first one to say Happy New Year?
Yeah.
You know what the first one was? Adam says, Happy Birthday, Eve. Well, he told me it would die.
Yes, well, somebody told you right.
Paul Block told me that.
Uh-huh.
Good.
Do you like working New Year's Eve at all?
Look,
Did you used to
man,
work?
I like to work any kind of Eve. New Year's Eve, 4th of July Eve, Christmas Eve, all them Eves. I'm glad to be here. And Kat said, you gonna make a resolution? I said, yeah. I hope I'll be here next year.
Yeah. How old are you now?
I'm 65.
65 years old?
65.
Well, you'll be here next year.
You know, Johnny, years ago when I was a kid, I used to do shows for the kids in the neighborhood, you know. I was about 5 and a half. And I used to do a great magic trick for the kids. And I like to do it for the folks here in 1976. It's a very, very fine magic trick. I used to tell the kids, and I say, kids, you see this penny? I'm going to take this penny and put it in my right pocket, and I'm going to say the magic words, and that penny is going to go over into the left pocket. Now, say the magic word. Now, the toughest part about this trick is trying to get this penny back over into the other pocket. So I'll say the magic word. There it is, kids, right there.
I didn't see it, did you? Good movie.
Yeah, all right.
So you're going to have a one-man show? You mean really a one-man
Yes,
show?
it's
Just
really-
you and that's it?
That's right. No, it's going to be about 5 or 6 other people, but it's really going to be about me. And everything is all set, but we could use a little more money.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You mean you're looking for investors, is that?
Yeah, investors. We need we need a little more change.
Uh-huh.
Yes, but so far we're doing all right. But if we could get for maybe a couple of more investors, I think the show will go on, which has got to go on with investors or no investors. Because I got to get to Broadway. The only time I've ever been to Broadway when I was walking down Broadway. And for me to get there and do a show would be a blessing.
That'd be a great year for you.
That's right, man. I appreciate it.
We'll take a break. We're coming right back.
Happy New Year, y'all.
Well, we're an hour into the new year. I thank you all for being here tonight.
John?
Yeah.
Scatman's trick reminded me. Did you see Doug Henning?
I sure did. The World of
Wasn't
Magic.
it a wonderful? Isn't he wonderful?
It was a great show.
I think
our
his
friend David Susskind produced that, and
Right.
it shows you that magic can be done on television
I
effectively
think
if the man's
as a
showman.
magician, he is without peer.
Yeah, it was a super show.
He's got a number of other specials up his sleeve, ready to go too.
John
Yes.
Carson is the best magician.
Well, I'll bring my act on
I'm not
some
going to
night,
mess
but-
up 76. I need
That's right.
You are the best, John.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
I'll see you
Orson.
soon.
Thank you.
Enjoyed doing your show in 1975, and here I am back again in 1976 because I really got my kicks.
That's the worst poem I've ever heard in my life. Happy New
But
Year.
you was asking a while ago who was the first one to say Happy New Year.
Yeah.
You know what the first one was? Adam says, Happy birthday, Eve. Well, he told me it would die.
Yes, well, somebody told you right.
Paul Block told me that.
Uh-huh.
Good.
Do you like working New Year's Eve at all?
Look,
Did you used to
man,
work?
I like to work any kind of Eve. New Year's Eve, 4th of July Eve, Christmas Eve, all them Eves. I'm glad to be here. And Kat said, you gonna make a resolution? I said, yeah. I hope I'll be here next year.
Yeah. How old are you now?
I'm 65.
65 years old?
65.
Well, you'll be here next year.
You know, Johnny, years ago when I was a kid, I used to do shows for the kids in the neighborhood, you know. I was about 5 and a half. And I used to do a great magic trick for the kids. And I like to do it for the folks here in 1976. It's a very, very fine magic trick. I used to tell the kids, and I say, kids, you see this penny? I'm going to take this penny and put it in my right pocket, and I'm going to say the magic words, and that penny is going to go over into the left pocket. Now, say the magic word. Now, the toughest part about this trick is trying to get this penny back over into the other pocket. So I'll say the magic word. There it is, kids, right there.
I didn't see it, did you? Good movie.
That damn visual clip.
Yeah, all right.
So you're going to have a one-man show? You mean really a one-man
Yes,
show?
it's
Just
really-
you and that's it?
That's right. No, it's going to be about 5 or 6 other people, but it's really going to be about me. And everything is all set, but we could use a little more money.
Yeah. For that folks out there in the theater. We'll be right back.
There you go. And that one, this is a very brief clip from the movie Zapped that Scatman was in, where he played the husband of LaWanda Page's character. And he gets high when he's trying to get rid of evidence. Actually, Scott Baio's character and Willie Ames, they shoved it was Scott Baio and his girlfriend. They're shoving marijuana they were growing in the science lab into the furnace at the school. And he gets a contact high, and he hallucinates about being with there it is, with Albert Einstein. He opens the furnace and a bunch of smoke. It's just a silly, stupid old gag, like from History of the World Part 1 in those days.
Where am I? Barney, is that you? Barney is working with me now, Dex.
Mr. Einstein, I'm feeling strange. Someone's putting some shit on my mind.
Sounds like too many chili dogs, Dex. Have to learn to relax.
Chili dogs are what I need to relax. Salami, too. But my old lady won't let me have them.
I ride a bike to relax, Dex. Can you ride? You see, Dex, it is not so hard, is it?
No, it ain't so bad after all.
Here comes LaWanda Page.
Dexter Jones!
Honesta.
Two-legged sapster.
Here comes the devil and the 4 black stallions after my ass.
I found. You can't hide nothing from me, Dexter Jones. You ugly spasm. Who is that, Dex?
That's my wife. She found out why I hid the salami in the garage.
You supposed to be making trucks, Dex.
You ain't shitting, Mr. Einstein.
He will teach you.
Help me, Mr. Einstein. Barney!
Back on Earth. Okay, I'm going to cut that short. I mean, it's not laugh out loud funny, but it's amusing. And that movie Zapped, that was a teen sex comedy, R-rated movie. And Heather Thomas was in it from Fall Guy that we talked about earlier. So anyway, happy heavenly birthday to Scatman Crothers. On Friday, May 23rd, 1958, Friday, May 23rd, 1958 in Cleveland, Ohio. That was the day that Marine Drew Carey was born, who now hosts The Price is Right. He's 64. When I'm 64. Number 7 on the list. Wednesday, May 23rd, 1928 was when singer Rosemary Clooney, George Clooney's aunt, was born. She died at the age of 74 on Saturday, June 29th, 2002, also of lung cancer, just like Scatman Crothers. Singer Jewel, she turned 48. She was born on Thursday, May 23rd, 1974 in Payson, Utah. And next up, I'm going to forgo a clip in the interest of time. Joan Collins turned 89 on May 23rd. She was born on Tuesday, May 23rd, 1933 in Paddington, London, England. And she was on the old Star Trek show from the 60s, The City on the Edge of Forever, which was the 28th episode ever filmed, written by Harlan Ellison, only one written by sci-fi author, award-winning Harlan Ellison. And she also was on Space 1999 in an episode titled Mission of the Darians, Darians, in season 1, which is also on YouTube. I do want to play a clip of her. She's been making the rounds recently to promote her new book. And this isn't going to be long. Let me see. Just play just a little bit of this and then move on to the final birthday that I want to talk about. And then we'll wrap up the show. Let's see if I can find this clip right fast quick. Yeah, Joan Collins, she's a dame. It's like, of course, the female version of being knighted in England. And she's a living legend. Her sister was an author. She's gone. Jackie Collins wrote all those romance novels and stuff. Here's the clip. Boom.
This is a big deal, you guys. She is the definition of Hollywood royalty, both here and across the pond. In fact, the Queen of England has given her a royal title. Please welcome to the show the iconic, the always fabulous Dame Joan Collins. Yes. Hi, Joan.
Hi.
Look at
your here from sunny England.
Wow. Her home looks like a palace.
Well, why wouldn't it?
Oh. Yeah.
Why wouldn't it? Right? We expected nothing less. So, Joan, your new book, let's get right into this, walks us through your personal diary, starting with your final days on Dynasty. So you actually had a stunt double on that show, and you only did one of the famous quote-unquote cat fights start to finish. So we got to ask, can you walk us through that infamous pond fight?
Oh, the pond fight. Well, first of all, that was not a double that fell into the water. That was me. And that is obviously me. You can see it. In fact, I think it's me most of the time because when I fell into the water, I had a big hat on and the hat flew off, which is slightly iconic. And we had to have that is the worst dress I ever wore in Dynasty. It is just hideous, I think. And we had to have like 6 of them because we did so many takes. so many takes in the water. I think we only did the one fall into the water. But my gosh, that's so long ago. You still remember that?
Well, I mean, it's what everyone's talking about. They want to know, how come you chose that to go all the way through? You did 6 takes. Did she give you a good one in the first take? There had to be. You got to finish the job?
She did. The director said, now, Linda, I want you to hit, and I'm going to say freeze. But she didn't freeze. Luckily, it wasn't too bad, but it wasn't exactly Chris. It wasn't the one that Chris Rock received.
Oh, we're gonna go there. My face is right.
I think that's a good place to stop with that clip. That's pretty funny. So that's obviously a very current interview with Joan Collins. Let me see something else here.
I'm going to stop.
When you were sitting watching back all of this footage, what were the first things that were going through your mind?
Talk about Dynasty.
The first thing that went through my mind was I was watching it objectively, and I was thinking, this is a really good documentary.
So what?
All right, she's talking about her documentary. I've got to move it along. No disrespect to Joan Collins. Happy birthday. And here's our final birthday. It's a living legend. On Thursday, May 24th, 1945, Priscilla Presley was born in Brooklyn, New York. She's 77 years old. The former wife, of course, of the king, Elvis Presley. Priscilla Presley's career actually began after her divorce, before the king's death in August of 1977. She set up a successful clothing boutique, and she launched her own line of fragrance and linens and established herself as an actor with projects like the Naked Gun movies with Leslie Nielsen, the Dallas TV show as Jenna Wade, Bobby Ewing's High School Squeeze, and she worked and converted the Graceland estate, Elvis Presley's residence, into the most famous tourist attraction in the United States. She also acted, I always mention this silly Fall Guy show, but she did. She acted in a season 2 episode titled Manhunter with her ex-husband Elvis's buddy Lee Majors, which aired on ABC TV on Wednesday, January 19th, 1983. I want to play a brief clip from 1985 of Priscilla Presley with Baba Wawa Walters. Just a little bit, and that's the last birthday that we're going to observe in this 102nd edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. Let me get that queued up for you now. All right. And the audio quality should be okay with this one. It's an old clip, though.
You were 14 years old. Elvis was 24, right? Mm-hmm. How did your parents allow a 14-year-old teenager baby to be with this then superstar of...
It was not easy on my parents. You know, first of all, it was just an innocent meeting. And of course, you know, I was excited and I was reluctant because I didn't think they'd ever let me go. But it was just a one-time opportunity. That's all they thought it would be. I never expected him to ask me back. They never expected him to ask me back.
But Elvis did ask you back, and you saw him again and again. And you would get home very late at night and be exhausted the next day when you had to go to school. And your parents let you go again and again.
You know, when you're in love, it's hard to fight. And I was rebellious somewhat, meaning I didn't want to go to school, or I said I wouldn't go to school. Please let me, you know, he'd be out of my life after 6 months, and, you know, don't ruin my life, because I really cared. And he came to the house, and he was charming. He was wonderful, and my family had a lot of faith in him.
What was Elvis Presley like then?
He was insecure. He was, you could talk to him as a person. You knew who he was. You knew his fears. He had, God, he was so vulnerable. He was gentle. He was fun. He was just, he was a person you could really deal with.
Were you mad about him?
I was, but our relationship was, it's very different. It was a very protective relationship from the very beginning. I don't know what it was about him, but he kind of took me under his arm and nourished me in many ways.
You write in your book, you're 14. Elvis would take me into his bedroom, and then we would kiss long, deep, passionate kisses, and his caresses would leave me weak with desire.
Yes, it's true.
Yet he never tried to go further than kissing you.
No. No, he didn't. There was,
an agreement, I guess, he made with himself that the woman that he decided to take for his wife, he was going to keep her that way until he married her.
Keep her a virgin no matter what.
Right.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm going to cut that short for more. Cut it less than what I wanted to play originally. All right, item time for, and so that's a wrap on birthdays for this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. Time for the fake rant of the week. I'm getting kind of tired of the National Blank Day that was created specifically for social media. National Oatmeal Day, National Wait Staff Day, and that's good to recognize people that work hard to wait tables. Sincerely, I'm just listing some recent ones. I'm cool with National Beer Day, but I mean, I think enough's enough with that. Another rant, Eggland's Best TV ads for those cage-free eggs. They've been featuring lately on television some pretty stomach-turning images of things like eggs on pizza. Can you imagine eating a fried egg on a pizza? It's disgusting, on top of cheese. And they show egg sandwiches, egg ice cream. It's disgusting. All right, I made that last one up, but they need to stop it. The eggs on pizza, anyway. And quick update. National Oatmeal Day. What's next? National Dildo Day? I'm sorry. It's just stupid. I told you last time. You probably didn't hear this because I talk too damn much. But there was a guy that won a film from me on eBay, and he was bitching that it took too long for it to arrive. I sent it media mail, which is the slowest way for it to arrive. It can take up to 6 weeks on the high end, usually 3 to 4 weeks. Well, the guy says, if it arrives, I'm just going to send it back to you, which he did. And I still got my money through a technicality with eBay. Long story short. So he sent it back, returned to sender. It shows up at my post office. And last Saturday it says it's there and my carrier doesn't deliver it. Turns out she was on vacation. So when I finally see her, I said, I see there's a package show with the tracking number. And she goes, well, I've been on vacation. This is my first day back. You might want to go to the branch, which I did. And I describe it. I said, it's a metal round film can. They go, oh, yeah, I've seen that sitting here for a couple of days. I said, no, it's been here for like 3 days. And they can't find it. So guess what? I think it went back to that jerk who sent it back. For his whole complaint with eBay was item wasn't received. And then he refuses a delivery. Anyway, guy's just a nutbag. So enough of that. I want to feature something that's nostalgic. Do you remember the Partnership for a Drug-Free America? These were ads that were actually sponsored by Anheuser-Busch, who manufactures a drug. Beer. Alcohol is a drug. And I'm not knocking these ads. This was back in the 80s when Nancy Reagan had her Just Say No campaign, very successful anti-drug campaign. And that's fine, but there were some memorable, just going to play a couple of them now, some memorable anti-drug ads. I just thought it was so hypocritical. The Partnership for a Drug-Free America, again, exposed as being paid for by Anheuser-Busch, who make beer. Here's a kind of a funny one. Some of these are so funny. There's a local one I couldn't find on YouTube. It was an anti-crack cocaine ad. And it really was funny because it shows this guy going, so what if the wife left me? So what if I lost my job? Oh, hell, I just want to get some sleep. And he slams his door shut, and it turns out he's in a coffin. I mean, it was just so melodramatic and sad, but it was funny. You just had to see it. And I wish I could find the audio of that. It was a funny ad. I'm going to play a clip of some of these ads, just a couple of them, just a couple of these PSAs, and some that were sponsored by Partnership for Drug-Free America. Here's one of my favorite ones. You see a teenage kid listening to music, headphones on. Dad enters the room with a cigar box.
No,
Mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who use drugs have children who use drugs.
Brought to you by Budweiser. That was a dramatic ad, but it's just kind of funny in retrospect. Here's another one, and then we'll move on.
Is there anyone out there who still isn't clear about what doing drugs does? Okay, last time. This is your brain.
Gets
This
out the
is
egg,
drugs.
the skillet. Any questions?
This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
Scare tactics. Partnership, Budweiser. Anyway, what's your brain doing when you had a 12-pack of Bud? And how's your stomach doing after that? Anyway, I digress. So the tip of the week, I thought of, this is something I used to do. There's a high school nostalgia movie triple feature idea that I do. It covers the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. And you can interchange these movies. But what I like to watch is, we talked about George Lucas quite a bit in this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. Watch The American Graffiti, which is actually set in 1962, even though it has a 50s vibe. It's not quite as bad as Grease, the movie, but it still seems like the 50s. As what I understand was well before my time, but I understand that the early 60s were a lot like the 50s, and kind of like the early 90s were still kind of like the 80s. You know, it takes a few years of a new decade to kick in before things advance, and you see signs of what the styles and the attitudes are going to be like in that decade. So I like to watch American Graffiti. I still consider that the 60s. Fast Times at Ridgemont High to capture the 80s, and Dazed and Confused. Now, a lot of people online, when I posted that, said, wait a minute, Dazed and Confused was made in 1993. I don't know why I'm talking like that, folks. Yes, it was released in 93, shot in 92, but it was set in 1976. So I go by what the story is, what the setting is. So I got that out of order. So it would be American Graffiti, Dazed and Confused, and Fast Times at Ridgemont High, which is the 80s high school movie. And I need to get on to the 90s. And then other people commented some good suggestions. Of course, Breakfast Club, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. It just depends on what you consider to be an essential high school movie. So let's move on to the nostalgic word or expression of the week. Pen pal. Okay, kids. Now, pen pals are people generally from days before the interwebs, as you call them, who would regularly write to each other, particularly through the postal mail, old school mail. And pen pals are usually strangers whose relationship is based primarily or even solely on their exchange of letters. Occasionally, pen pals may already have a relationship that is not regularly conducted in person. The origin of the pen pal is this. The trend of making pen pals itself started during the 1930s. In 1936, a society named Student Letter Exchange was formed to help people find suitable pen pals. It featured young students from different countries, and it helped them connect through letters and learn about each other's cultures. That's a cool, great idea. And guess what? June 1st, 2022 is and was National Pen Pal Day. I kid you not. I'm so sick of this national. I guess, to play devil's advocate, it's like, dude, lighten up, man. I mean, it's just something, a daily thing to look forward to, but just some of the things that are observed on these national days are just ridiculous, in my opinion. Anyway, and getting back to pen pal briefly, if you had a letter published in a magazine or a comic book or something like that, back in the 80s, and I think up until the 90s, they actually would publish your full address unless you asked them to withhold it. And then you could get a pen pal. I know I did when I had letters published in comic books. Other kids would write. And that was before the internet. I'm old. My gosh. Oh, and the nostalgic toy of the week. Well, we already talked about the nostalgic snack of the week, which is Cracker Jack. And I'll just say the Cracker Jack toy is the nostalgic toy of the week. But next time we're going to talk about Hot Wheels and Matchbox cars. And that'll be fun. But in the interest of time, I'm going to forego the tagline game of the week and just say, I thank you for listening. I do encourage you to, if you stream TV and you like to watch videos on YouTube, to hell with my show, the Nostalgic Podblast. But if you haven't done it, stream YouTube on your television. Watch music videos, interviews. It's a lot of fun, and it's great, like especially if you're watching like an auction or a video about collectibles or a how-to video, a DIY video. You can really make out details, of course, much clearer on a big screen. So I didn't know you could do that. Now, I guess I'm an idiot, but a lot of people have been doing this for a long time. But I encourage you to get a Roku box or Apple TV and And get the free YouTube channel. It's pretty cool. You can watch videos, including the Nostalgic Podblast when you search, if you want to see close-ups of the collectibles and comic books and things that I feature on this show. So thank you very much for listening. I hope you have a great, great week. And we'll see you next time on the Nostalgic Podblast.